Galw'r aelodau I drefn. Yr eitem gyntaf gan ni y prynawn yma yw'r cwestiynau ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros addysg, ac mae'r cwestiwn cyntaf gan Joyce Watson.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the school admission code as regards summer-born pupils?
Parents can request that their summer-born child start school aged 5 in a reception class. The code is clear. Admissions authorities should consider requests carefully and make decisions on a case-by-case basis in consultation with parents and the school, and specifically in relation to the best interests of the child.
I thank you for the answer, and I'm sure you're aware that the first day of school is an anxious time for parents and their children, and they often look at them and they think they're not ready, they're too little. But the parents of summer-born children in some cases might have genuine case for concern, and they're now calling for more flexibility on those start dates. Cabinet Secretary, in response to a recent news report, the Welsh Government said a school admission code review would start this month. Are you able to update the Assembly on that, and is it underway, and who's leading it, and what might the scope be of that review?
Thank you, Joyce. I would agree. The start of a child's schooling can be an anxious time as well as an exciting time, and sometimes even more so for parents than it is for the individual child. I remember being left devastated at the school gates as my daughter tripped into school without a look backward, leaving me feeling very inadequate. Of course, our children, our youngest children, are entitled to schooling from our foundation phase, which offers a unique educational experience for children 3 to 7. It's an innovative framework designed to meet the diverse needs of each individual child, regardless of their stage of development. It is intended that this framework for our youngest learners is appropriate to their stage of learning, rather than focusing solely on age-related activities. You are right to say that I have given a commitment for the code to be reviewed. That review has begun. In the first instance, my officials are discussing with each of the admissions authorities, i.e. each of our LEAs, how they have been using the code over the last 5 years, and I have asked my officials to contact members of the Summer-Born Campaign group to ascertain their views. If it is the intention to amend the code, that would be that there would be a requirement for a statutory consultation period. So if I decide to amend the code after this review, then that would be open to further consultation.
David Melding.
Secretary, I was born on the 28th of August. I think I first raised this issue over 10 years ago. And I think we need to be even more radical, because I was young for my physical age, as well as being born on the 28th of August. I think I was often 18 months behind many of the people that were in the same class year as me. It caused reading and writing difficulties when I was in primary school, and it wasn't until the very end of secondary school that I started to achieve close to my intellectual potential. This is a real issue, and we need to, to have children in the appropriate year group, which may not be exactly what's determined by the strict criteria of their age.
David, as I said, the current code does allow for schools admissions authorities to be flexible in responding to requests to parents. As we carry out this review, we will be analysing how many requests have been made, how those requests have been dealt with, and as I said, we are keen to hear the view from parents who have concerns in this area, and should I deem it necessary, then we can take the opportunity following consultation to amend the code. But at this moment, we're still in the process of gathering evidence.
I was born on the 1st of September. No, we won't go all around the room. Cwestiwn 2, Rhina Biorwerth.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Wnaeth ysgrifennydd y Cabinet ddatganiad am addysg feddygol ym Mhrifysgol Bangor.
Presiding Officer, it clearly hasn't done you or David Melding any harm as to when you were born. Thank you, Rhian. The Cabinet Secretary for Health provided a detailed update on medical education in Wales in his letter to Assembly members sent on the 13th of November. This confirmed that the first full programme of medical education to be offered in North Wales will commence in 2019.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Mi nes I ddathlu fel tasa hi'n benblwydd arna fi, 7 Awst gyda llaw, pan gafon ni y newyddion chydig wythnosau nôl bod addysg feddygol yn mynd I gael ei gyflwyno ym Mangor o y flwyddyn academaidd nesaf. Mae Sian Gwenllian a finna a Thîm Plaid Cymru'n ehangach wedi brwydro'n galed iawn am hyn, ac o'n i'n falch iawn yn bod ni wedi gallu dod I gytundeb efo'r Llywodraeth I sicrhau'r arian I wthio hyn yn ei flaen. A mae'n niolch i'n fawr I bawb sydd wedi bod yn rhan o wneud I hyn ddigwydd. Neb llai wrth gwrs na'r tima ym Mhrifysgolion Bangor a Chaerdydd, gan mai partneriaeth rhwng y ddwy brifysgol fydd y datblygiad cyffroes yma. Yng nghwestiwn I heddiw yma ydy pa waith mae Llywodraeth Cymru a chadran chi yn ystyried I wneud mwyn hysbysu pobl ifanc yn lleol bod hyn yn digwydd, fel I bod nhw yn gallu dechrau gwneud penderfyniadau addysgol gwahanol o bosib mwyn paratoi'r llwybr at y cwrs yma, ac yn ehangach na hynny, pa waith all gael ei wneud I hyrwyddo yr opsiwn yma ar gyfer myfyrwyr a greddedigion yng Nghymru ar hyn o bryd.
Thank you, Rhian, and like you, I'm delighted that these opportunities are being made available for students in North Wales. Obviously, routes into medical school start from the very choices that children make when they take their GCSEs, and that's why this term we're seeing the rollout of our reformed SERIN programme, which looks to support children earlier in their educational career and providing them with exactly the kind of advice around GCSE options and career aspirations and opportunities at an earlier stage. Obviously, universities are autonomous bodies, and we can't dictate as to whom they admit to their programmes, but I am delighted to say that following changes to the application and admissions programme both at Cardiff and at Swansea, who are working in partnership with North Wales and West Wales to expand medical education, we have seen an increase in the number of Welsh domiciled students gaining a place to study medicine at their institutions. So that is now 30% of students in Cardiff, and 50% of the students on the Swansea postgrad programme are Welsh domiciled students. And in fact, we see a record number of Welsh young people being accepted to medical school across the United Kingdom, and applications from Welsh domiciled students to study medicine have again risen by a further 14% for this year's application cycle. So there is a very keen interest amongst Welsh school and college students to pursue courses in medicine, and that's why the extension of numbers of places at Bangor and in West Wales in conjunction with Swansea, our students, I believe, are well placed to take advantage of that expansion.
Mark Ashord.
It's 18 months since I asked the First Minister here to ensure that the business case for a new medical school in Bangor included dialogue with Liverpool Medical School after the North Wales Local Medical Committee had expressed concern that the previous supply from there, where many of their generation of GPs had come from, had largely been severed. In addition, therefore, to the medical education to be provided in Bangor through the collaborative approach with Cardiff and Swansea, which I welcome, how do you respond to the continuing calls by the North Wales Local Medical Committee to incorporate connections with Liverpool and Manchester medical schools, and also, therefore, restore the supply of new young doctors into North Wales from there, where many trainee doctors from North Wales will still choose to study there alongside their studies within Wales?
Well, of course, Mark, as I have said, we are seeing a record number of Welsh students gaining a place at medical school, whether that be medical schools here in Wales or indeed in the rest of the UK, which shows the strength and the abilities of our A-level students to secure those places. I have not been personally involved in those discussions with providers across the border. My priority is to support the intense work that is going on between Cardiff and Bangor University, which is at an advanced stage and shows two institutions working really closely together. And let's be absolutely clear, this new expansion will provide pathways for doctors being trained completely in North Wales and enabling medical students to study in North Wales for the entirety of their degree and plan for their postgraduate training, and I think that's very much to be welcomed.
Cwestiwn yn awr gan lefarwyr y pleidiau. Llefarydd y ceidwadwyr Mohammed Ashgar.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Minister, the German vocational education and training system, also known as the dual training system, is highly recognized worldwide due to its combination of theory and training embedded in a real work environment. The main characteristic of the dual system is cooperation between companies and colleges regulated by law. Businesses that take part in the dual training scheme consider it to be the best form of personal recruitment by saving on recruitment costs they require the skills labour needed. What study has the Welsh Government made of the German system to see if there are lessons to be learned that could benefit us in Wales?
Thank you very much. I met recently with the German industry to discuss this very issue. They came in and put forward their model of what is a successful model in Germany. I know that my predecessor in this role actually went to Germany and looked at the model and tried to understand if there was anything we could pick up from the system. I think the nature of the education systems are very, very different. They don't have the same number of local authorities, so it's very difficult to pick up one model and plant it on here. But I do think that what we have recognised is learning on the job, that really understanding that practical application of education is something that is beneficial. And I've just been to an engineering presentation upstairs where they were saying precisely this, is about experiential learning is actually really ingrains the learning in the student. And that's why we have really put the emphasis on the apprenticeship model. That's why I think we're very proud of what we've been able to deliver on this, and why we are very keen to make sure that we deliver on the 100,000 apprenticeships that we promised during this Assembly term.
Very much indeed, Minister. And I'm glad that we are thinking on the same level. In Wales, the Welsh Government pays the employer to take an apprenticeships. In Germany, the government does not pay the employers, but pay for equipment and operation of vocational colleges, which represents some 16% of the total cost of dual training. The companies who provide training contribute to the largest share of financing of dual training, some 80% of the cost. As a result, German apprenticeship is genuinely employer-led in that firm or employer organization undertake the vast bulk of on-the-job training. What is the Welsh Government doing? What is the Welsh Government doing to ensure apprenticeships in Wales more closely meet the need of Welsh employers?
Well, this again is something else that I discussed with the German representative, and we talked about how they managed to convince German companies that was in their interests to invest in their own employers. I think we've had over the years quite a lot of European funding, and many employers in Wales have come to depend on European funding to upskill their workers. And I think we need to probably start to get them to understand that they also have to put their hand in their own pocket to upskill their own workers, that it's in their interest to upskill their workers, that their productivity will increase, that their profitability will increase as a result. And that is very different from the culture that exists in Germany, where there's an understanding that they make a contribution. So we're working towards that change. And on the relationship and making sure that the courses that we provide are relevant, you will know that we're really trying to push this issue in relation to regional skills partnerships. We've put that additional funding on the table that further education colleges can't touch unless they're responding to the skills needs of local employers.
One of the criticism that has been levelled against apprenticeship schemes in Wales is that they mainly benefit larger companies and not SMEs. In Germany, there is a permanent system of training beneficial to both large companies and SMEs. What is the Welsh Government doing to ensure apprenticeships in Wales take account of the needs of SMEs as well as larger companies?
Well, the answer to that is a lot more than they're doing in England. Because the interesting thing is, of course, is that the apprenticeship levy is being paid by large companies. They're given effectively tokens to spend, and it's only the large companies that have access to the apprenticeship system, and it's been such a mess that the actual system is collapsing in England. We've not gone down that route because we think that it's essential that we do support small and medium-sized enterprises as well, that what we're looking for is quality apprenticeships, not just vast numbers, which they're doing in England. So I think that we can be very proud of the work that we are doing with SMEs. Tomorrow I'll be meeting with the aerospace industry, where they've come together to provide SMEs across a number of areas, different companies, understanding that they can feed off each other. So we're trying to do a lot more of these shared apprenticeships so that the burden doesn't fall specifically on any particular small company.
Llyfarydd Plaid Cymru, Sian Gwenllian.
Diolch, Llywydd. Yn sgil y cytundeb rhwng Plaid Cymru a Llafur a negodwyd 2 flynedd yn ôl, fe gytunwyd y byddai 2 filiwn o bunna yn cael ei ddefnyddio'n benodol ar gyfer hyrwyddo'r iaith Gymraeg. Fe fyddwch chi'n ymwybodol, mae'r hyn oedd yn greiddiol i'r cytundeb rhwng Plaid a Chitha oedd ymrwymiad i sefydlu asiantaeth iaith hyd braich i wneud gwaith hyrwyddo a chynllunio ieithyddol angenrheidiol. Fedrwch chi'n goleuo ni ar be ddigwyddodd i'r addewid yna i sefydlu asiantaeth a pham na wireddwyd hynny?
Wel, beth o'n i'n gobeithio wrth gwrs yw bod y Comisiynydd yn gwneud mwy o'r gwaith hyrwyddo yma, ac gan bod hwnna wedi bod yn anodd efallai i'r Comisiynydd wneud, mae'r peth o'r gwaith yma wedi dod mewn ac yn cael ei wneud gan swyddogion tu fewn i Llywodraeth Cymru. Wrth gwrs, yn ddelfrydol, bydden ni'n licio cael pobl hyd braich, pobl sydd gyda y sgiliau tu fas i'r Llywodraeth yn gwneud y math hyn o waith. Ac wrth gwrs yn ddelfrydol beth fydden ni'n hoffi gweld, fel ni wedi dweud yn y papur gwyn, yw bod y comisiwn newydd yn cael y cyfrifoldeb yma, ac wrth gwrs bydda'r comisiwn yna yn fudiad hyd braich oddi wrth y Llywodraeth.
Felly, da chi'n dal i sôn am greu comisiwn sydd ynghlwm â'r cynigion ar gyfer bil y Gymraeg, ond yn y pwyllgor diwylliant yr wythnos diwetha, mi ddeudoch chi fod popeth i fyny yn yr awyr yn sgil Brexit, a wnaethoch chi ddim rhoi unrhyw addewid y bydd na fil cyn diwedd tymor y cynulliad yma, na chomisiwn chwaith. Yn eich manifesto ar gyfer eich gobeithio ni ddod yn brif weinidog Cymru, dwi'n deall nad oes na sôn am un o brif bolisiau'r Llywodraeth, ac yn wir y prif bolisi da chi wedi bod yn gyfrifol am ei hyrwyddo, sef y targed o greu 1,000,000 o siaradwyr Cymraeg erbyn 2050, nag unrhyw sôn am fil y Gymraeg. Allwn ni gymryd o hynny nad ydych chi'n teimlo'n angerddol am gynigion bil y Gymraeg, ac na fyddan nhw'n cael eu parhau petai chi'n dod yn brif weinidog?
Wel, dwi'n meddwl bod yn briodol i fi ymateb i beth sy'n yn y manifesto personol i fel siaradwraig dros y blaid, dros Llywodraeth Cymru yn fan hyn. Beth allai i weid wrthoch chi yw o ran bil y Gymraeg, wrth gwrs i ni'n gobeithio y bydd y bil yna'n dod ger bron ni. Ar hyn o bryd, i chi'n ymwybodol, jyst mor ymwybodol ag ydw i o'r mes sydd yn digwydd o ran Brexit, a dyna yr unig reswm pam o'n i mewn sefyllfa i fod yn glir nad yw ein bosibl i wneud yr ymrwymiad yma bydden ni'n hoffi wneud achos y chaos sy'n cael ei digwydd fel canlyniad i Brexit ar hyn o bryd.
Dwi'n meddwl fod o'n berthnasol iawn bod fi yn gofyn y cwestiwn i chi, ac na ges i ddim atab. Wrth gwrs, mi wnaethoch chi gydnabod yn y pwyllgor diwylliant hefyd bod y trefniadau hyrwyddo, i fynd yn ôl at hyrwyddo, bod y trefniadau rheini yn ddiffygiol, ac nad oes gan is-adran y Gymraeg yn ei ffurf bresennol y capacity i fod yn gwneud y gwaith hyrwyddo ystyrlon a strategol. Mae dirfawr angen gweithredu ar gynllunio ieithyddol i greu'r miliwn o siaradwyr. Ac mae gen i gyngor gan wasanaethau cyfreithiol y cynulliad sy'n dangos y gellid sefydlu asiantaeth hyd braich i hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg heb ddeddfwriaeth o'r newydd ac yn cyfeirio at waith yr Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol a sefydlu'r corff hwnnw efo cyfrifoldeba eang drwy memorandum ag erthygla. Maes arall mae'ch diffyg cyfeiriad chi efo'r bil a'r strategaeth yn effeithio arno fo ydy gallu pobl i gael gwasanaethau Cymraeg wrth ymwneud efo cyrff sy'n hanfodol i fywydau pob dydd dinasyddion. Ac yn wahanol i'r hyn wnaethoch chi awgrymu yn y pwyllgor o weithredu'r mesur presennol i'r eitha, mi fedrwch chi osod safona ar y cyfleustodau a'r gwmnïau trafnidiaeth, a'r gymdeithas y tai ac a'r gwmnïau telathrebu. Felly, os nad oes na amserlen ar gyfer sefydlu comisiwn, na chwaith amserlen ar gyfer cyflwyno bil y Gymraeg, gai ofyn i chi am amserlen ynglyn â hyn. Pryd bydd modd i bobl Cymru gael mynediad i'r gwasanaethau allweddol yma sydd ddim yn ddibynnol ar ddeddfwriaeth newydd?
Wel, dwi'n meddwl bod gwaith aruthrol wedi cael ei wneud eisoes yn fewnol tu fewn y Llywodraeth o ran hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg ac bydden ni'n licio gweld y Comisiynydd yn gwneud mwy o'r gwaith hwnna ac i ni mewn trafodaethau i weld os fel canlyniad i'r ffaith bydd ni ddim yn gweld gosod mwy o safona ar hyn o bryd, bydd na bosibilrwydd i mwy o'r gwaith hynny cael ei wneud gan y Comisiynydd presennol. Dyna gweledigaeth, dyna beth ni'n gobeithio wneud. Ond dwi'n meddwl bod lot fawr o waith wedi cael ei wneud yn ystod y 2 flynedd diwethaf o ran hyrwyddo. O ran gosod safonau, wrth gwrs, i ni wedi dweud bod ni'n mynd i gael seibiant wrth bod ni'n datblygu'r bil, ac i ni yn, wrth gwrs gobeithio, bydd y bil yma yn cael ei cyflwyno a'i pasio yn ystod y cyfnod yma cyn bod ni yn cael yr etholiad nesaf. Felly, dwi'n meddwl bod dim byd wedi newid heb law am y ffaith bod Brexit yn debygol o wneud pob math o lanast i unrhyw drefniadau sydd gyda ni ar hyn o bryd.
Llyfarydd UKIP David Rowlands.
Diolch, Llywydd. Some 18 to 20 years ago, former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair famously made a pledge to have 50% of young adults progress into a higher education by 2010. This target seems to have been enthusiastically embraced by the Welsh Government because latest figures show that we are close to achieving that target in Wales. However, Cabinet Minister, the problem lies in that almost half of our new graduates are working in non-graduate jobs. Does the Cabinet Secretary not agree that this shows a significant mismatch in the education students receive and the skills needed for industry?
No, I do not believe that to be the case. I want to ensure that Welsh domiciled students that have the academic ability and the desire to study at a higher education level have the opportunity to do so and are supported by the most generous system of student support in the United Kingdom.
Well, I thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for your answer. We in UKIP believe that many students would be better off following another route to their desired career path. In other words, education should be more closely linked to employability rather than pure educational qualifications. Given such statistics as those quoted in the Wales section of the Employer Skills Survey of 2017, which shows a sizable increase in the proportion of skills shortage vacancies in the construction sector, for instance, some 40% of the vacancies in the Welsh construction industry are down to skills shortages. Is it not time, Cabinet Secretary, that a much greater emphasis should now be made into getting our children into vocational education?
Well, perish the thought, Presiding Officer, that we should value education for education's sake. Can I just say the Welsh Government is committed to a comprehensive reform of post-compulsory education and training, which looks to break down the barriers between higher education, further education, work-based learning, apprenticeships, to allow students to be able to have more flexible learning opportunities. I recently met a little boy who said his aspiration was either to do an apprenticeship or to go to university. I hope by the time he's 18 that he won't have to choose. He will be able to do a higher degree apprenticeship by both training on the job and being in university.
Well, again, I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her answer. Regional labour market reports published by the Welsh Government also have an interesting story to tell with regard to skills shortages. My region, South East Wales, has its highest skills shortage vacancies in the sectors of manufacturing, construction, transport and communication, whereas the Mid Wales region, where of course your constituency lies, the region constituency is located has a somewhat different picture. Business services, transport and communications having the highest skills shortage vacancies in that part of Wales. This would suggest that the vocational training given to our students should have a regional approach. Even in rural areas, they should not concentrate exclusively on agriculture. Cabinet Secretary, is the educational sector aware of this diversity, and is it adequately addressing these needs, particularly with regard to the vocational sector?
Of course, Presiding Officer, the member is right to say that different areas of Wales will require different skill sets to respond appropriately to the economy in that area. And I would refer the member to the statement given by my colleague yesterday, the Minister for Skills and Lifelong Learning, which spoke of the reform to the way in which we are funding, for instance, further education to better align college provision with the requests of the Regional Skills Partnership and local businesses, so there is a greater synergy between what college courses are on offer in a local area to meet the skills needs of the employers of that area.
Question 3, Dawn Bowden.
Can the Minister please update the National Assembly on EU funding for skills training in Wales?
Well, within the skills portfolio, we're leading on 9 European Social Fund projects, with £340 million approved to December 2023. And around 105,000 participants have been supported to date, and we expect to support a further 125,000 to underpin a number of Prosperity for All commitments and to deliver those key ministerial priorities.
Thank you for that answer, Minister. And it's clear to me that the European Union has been of great benefit in funding skills and training opportunities, certainly in my constituency of Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney. The funds provided by the European Social Fund have a clear focus on the essential task of getting many vulnerable people back into the labour market. So can you provide my constituents with any assurance that the strong record of investment in skills training will continue if we leave the European Union?
Well, of course, it's difficult to provide assurances on anything at the moment, but we can hopefully rely on the assurance given by the Treasury that whatever happens, even if there is a no deal, that we will have a guarantee that funding will continue until 2020. If there's a transition deal, then officials are seeking to ensure that any money remaining within that ESF pot, as a result of the fact that there have been massive fluctuations in the exchange rate, means that we hopefully will be able to carry on spending that money till 2023. But I think it's worth really underlining the massive, massive amount of support that communities like yours have received as a result of European funding. And it's a shame that perhaps not more of those people who've benefited from those courses have really understood where that money came from.
Bethan Syed.
Diolch. Dyn ni wedi clywed o'r adroddiad Graham Reid bod yna falle gorddibiniaeth ar y ffynonellau Ewropeaidd, ac yn amlwg mae hynny wedi bod yn rhywbeth naturiol oherwydd bod yr arian hynny wedi bod ar gael, ond bod yna ffynonellau arloesedd ac yn y blaen ar gael o lefydd eraill o fewn Prydain, y gellir bod prifysgolion a cholegau addysg pellach i ceisio bydio amdano mwyn bod nhw'n gallu gwneud mwy fel prifysgol ac wedyn ceisio gwneud hynny ar lefel masnachol wedyn. Be ydych chi'n dweud i'r cais hynny gan Graham Reid, ac ydych chi fel Llywodraeth yn gwneud digon i hybu prifysgolion a cholegau i ceisio yn y meysydd yma?
Wel, dwi'n meddwl bod yn cyfallu yn arwen ar hwn, ond beth allai ddweud yw dwi'n meddwl bod na ffynhonnellau eraill lle allwn ni geisio i sicrhau bod ni'n cael fwy o'r arian yna i mewn i Gymru. Ond dwi hefyd meddwl bod yn bwysig i ni bwysleisio mai nid cyfrifoldeb y Llywodraeth yn unig yw hi roi arian mewn i R&D. Mae rhaid i'r sector preifat hefyd roi i llaw nhw yn eu poced nhw. Os chi'n edrych dros y byd, i ni'n gwario tua 1.5% o'r GDP ni yn llwyr ar R&D. Yn yr Unol Daleithiau, maen nhw'n gwario tua 3%. Felly mae ffordd gyda ni i fynd i wella ar faint o arian. A mae'r gwahaniaeth mwyaf yn dod oherwydd nad yw'r sector preifat yn y wlad yma falle yn rhoi cymaint o'i harian nhw i fewn i'r system.
Mohamed Ashkar.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Minister, the UK government has confirmed there will be no gap in funding for regional growth in the event of a no-Brexit deal. This guarantee includes European social funding projects. Will the Minister confirm, therefore, that should the Welsh Government fail to deliver on its promise of 100,000 apprenticeships in this term, it will be the Welsh Government's responsibility and failure?
Mohammed, I'm delighted to say that we're ahead of target in terms of the apprenticeship delivery, and I'm fairly confident that I can say that we are going to bust that target of 100,000 apprenticeships. The more money we think will be coming in that area. This is something we're absolutely committed to as a Welsh Government. We're very proud of our record on this. So I'm fairly confident that I can say that we will hit that target and that actually we will go beyond it.
Pedwar Caroline Jones.
What action is the Welsh Government taking to reduce the cost of agency staff in the teaching profession?
The National Procurement Service has recently published a new tender specification for commissioning education agency workers, which clarifies the position on agency fees. Local authorities and schools are best placed to manage the deployment of supply teachers and monitor agency spend under the revised arrangements appropriately.
Cabinet Secretary, we are spending around £40 million a year on supply teachers, with most of that going to agencies who overcharge schools and underpay staff. We cannot manage without supply teachers, but as UCAC have highlighted, supply teachers tended to be treated exceptionally poorly in terms of pay, working conditions and with a general lack of respect. Cabinet Secretary, will you commit today to fund and expand the supply teaching project, which sees clusters of schools share newly qualified teachers to provide cover for absent staff, reducing our over-reliance on teaching agencies?
Well, thank you, Caroline, for your support for the supply teacher cluster pilots, which I've introduced. The investment of £2.7 million in that project is ensuring that 15 local authority areas involved, and we have 50 teachers working across 100 schools as part of that. The evaluation of that pilot project is just begun. We need to learn the lessons, what parts of it have worked well, what parts, if any, have not worked well, and the opportunities that the pilot gives us to look to expand that programme further. Let me be absolutely clear that we have worked very closely with the National Procurement Service to ensure that the new agency worker framework specification that was published on the 12th of November addresses fair employment practices and minimum pay rates for supply teachers and offers greater transparency in terms of the fees that can be charged by agencies. It's important to note that we are not the employers of teachers, and I expect all public bodies who are the employers to abide by the principles of fair work and the code of practice in ethical employment in supply chains, in working in where they source their work from. And I should also like to add that to complement and support the changes to the MPS framework, I am currently considering implementing mandatory quality assurance standards for supply agencies.
Angela Burns.
Thank you very much for that answer to Caroline. Of course, you'll be aware that 3 years ago, the Children and Young People's Committee did an inquiry into the whole of the supply teaching. And one of the costs that isn't always recognised is the impact that a supply teacher has on pupil outcomes, especially in disadvantaged areas, and the links to poor pupil behaviour. Now, of the 20 or so recommendations that we made, most of which were either accepted or accepted in principle, one of them was a commitment to undertake research into the effects of supply teaching on these particular areas, i.e. pupil outcomes in disadvantaged areas and pupil behaviour. Have you been able to undertake that research, or is that part of the clusters that you've been talking to Caroline about?
It has been factored in to the evidence base that we have based the pilot project on. We do know the importance of supply teaching in raising standards in Welsh schools, and the ability to maintain a level of consistency with one supply teacher working across a group of schools, so that teacher gets to know those schools and those pupils better. Conversely, the pupils begin to develop a relationship with one in particular person is one of the benefits, I believe, of the pilot that we're currently investigating. Clearly, these aspects will form part of the evaluation of the pilot, and hopefully will give us the information as to whether this pilot should be extended to cover the entirety of Wales, and whether it should go beyond just, as it currently does now, using newly qualified teachers as the supply teachers in that particular pilot, and whether that should apply to the entirety of the supply teaching workforce.
Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, I share the concerns that have been raised by my colleagues Angela Burns and Caroline Jones, and I continue to deal with casework from disgruntled supply teachers in my own constituency. Indeed, just last week I met with a supply teacher who told me of an alarming case where a supply agency offers alleged inducements such as tickets to rugby internationals to head teachers in order to promote their business. Do you consider this to be appropriate? And if not, what interventions can the Welsh Government take?
Thank you very much, Vicky. I'd be very pleased to receive evidence from your constituent on an anonymous basis, if that would make the individual feel more comfortable, so this can be explored. As I said in my earlier answer to Caroline, as well as working with the MPS to produce what I believe is a stronger procurement framework than we currently have at the moment. I'm currently considering the introduction, as I said, of a system that would allow for mandatory quality assurance standards from supply agencies. Should we proceed down this route, any commercial agency wishing to supply temporary teachers to a maintained school in Wales would need to meet certain requirements. Those accredited standards would support, I believe, schools, supply teachers, and also the important point of quality of teaching and learning, and could potentially look at ensuring that such practices that you have just outlined were not acceptable.
Question 5, Neil McAvoy.
Pa drafodaethau y mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi cael gyda Chyngor Caerdydd mewn perthynas a chynyddu nifer o lleoedd ysgol cyfrwng Cymraeg?
Diolch yn fawr, Neil, a dwi'n falch iawn bod chi wedi gofyn y cwestiwn yn Gymraeg. Diolch yn fawr am eich ymdrech i fyna. Dwi yn meddwl bod yna gysylltiad sydd yn digwydd yn aml iawn rhwng Cyngor Caerdydd a'r Llywodraeth Cymru, a mae yna monitro cyson rhwng hyn oedd Cyngor wedi addo yn ei wesp nhw, a'r hyn i ni'n gobeithio byddan nhw yn sicrhau i bod nhw yn delifro. Felly yn fewnol tu fewn y Llywodraeth, mae gyda ni pobl sy'n monitro hwnna yn gyson.
Diolch. Mae Ysgol Hamadroed yn symud i safle newydd yn Tribute yn mis Ionawr. Mae cyfle i gwneud rhywbeth arbennig a positif yma gyda cymunedau lleol. Beth fydd y strategaeth, a beth ydych chi'n mynd i wneud i ymgysylltu â hyn, a fydd hi'n posib trefnu cyfarfod a rhanddeiliad yn y gymuned?
Diolch yn fawr. Wel, dwi'n falch dros ben i weld yr ysgol newydd yma yn cael ei agor, ond un o'r bobl oedd wedi ymgyrchu i gael ysgol yn yr ardal yma o'r ddinas, ac o'n i yn y seremoni lle o'n nhw wedi torri'r tir ar gyfer adeiladu'r adeilad newydd. Dwi'n hapus iawn hefyd bod yna uned meithrin yn mynd i fod yn hlwm gyda'r ysgol, a dwi yn gobeithio nawr y bydd yna ymgais, a dwi'n gwybod bod wedi digwydd eisoes gan yr ysgol i ymgysylltu gyda'r gymuned yn fwy eang. Bod nhw yn mynd allan ac yn sicrhau bod pob un yn yr ardal yn teimlo fel bod hwn yn ysgol iddyn nhw i gael access iddi hefyd. A dwi'n ymrwymo i gysylltu gyda'r Llywodraeth, gyda'r cyngor, i ofyn a sicrhau bod nhw yn gofyn i'r ysgol i wneud yr ymdrech yna yn ychwanegol jyst cyn nhw'n symud i fewn, fel bod pobl yr ardal yn teimlo mai dymau hysgol nhw.
Andrew Arthur-Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Minister, obviously it's welcome news that new schools are opening up to provide Welsh medium education, not just in Cardiff, but across the whole of Wales. But one thing that is really important is the ability to supply those schools with quality teachers able to teach the curriculum. With the devolution of teachers' pay and conditions, what analysis has the government taken about any measures it might be able to take to fill shortages in this particular area? Because, as I said, there's little or no point in having new schools if we haven't got the teachers to teach the lessons.
Well, in relation to Welsh language teachers, where I'm slightly more familiar with where the issues are, I think in relation to primary school teachers, we're probably on course and we have enough teachers. We do have an issue, as do people across the whole of the planet have issue in recruiting people, teachers to secondary education. We are putting very practical measures in place to ensure that we can attract new people to the profession and to make sure that we are having quality standards. And you'll be aware that the Education Secretary last week really set out some very clear proposals in terms of how we will improve the quality of the teaching within Wales.
Question 6, Lynn Neagle.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide a statement on the provision of education to children and young people in Gwent who have a sensory impairment?
Thank you, Lynn. Through our national mission, we are reforming our education system to enable every learner, regardless of background or personal circumstances, to reach their potential. Local authorities have a duty to meet the needs of all children with special needs, including those with sensory impairments.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I know that you are well aware of my deep concern about the decision by Newport Council to withdraw from the Gwent-wide Specialist Education Service for children with a sensory impairment, known in Gwent as SENCOM. Disappointingly, this decision was taken with no consultation, either with families or with partner local authorities, and I'm deeply concerned that the withdrawal will destabilise services for a very disadvantaged group of children and young people who are currently receiving a high-quality specialist service. What steps can the Welsh Government take to ensure the children and young people in Gwent are not disadvantaged by this decision?
Thank you very much, Lynn, for the question today and the correspondence that you have been engaged in with myself and officials regarding the SENCOM service, which was a very, very good example of how regional working and local authorities pooling resources to create a very specialised service to meet the needs of a specific group of children, which perhaps is difficult to do when working alone. Effective partnership working is a key factor in ensuring that resources are used effectively to support learners with ALN, especially at a time when resources are not infinite. I have written to Newport City Council leader, Councillor Debbie Wilcox, to establish what arrangements are being put in place to ensure that learners, families and schools, not just at Newport but across the region, will not be adversely affected by this decision.
Mark Reckless.
Should every school have the ability to serve children with sensory impairments to the same degree? Or does the Cabinet Secretary believe it is better for schools to specialise and have particular schools with well-developed expertise in this area?
Well, Mark, I don't believe that there is a one-size-fits-all. It very much depends on the needs of individual children and indeed the views of the parents of those individual children about whether they want their child to be educated within their community and the cohort within their community, or whether that child is better served by very specialist placements. What is really important as we moved through our ALN transformation programme is that schools of whatever variety are equipped to deal effectively with additional learning needs in its variety of forms, and are there to respond appropriately to ensure each child reaches their full potential. What is challenging in the SENCOM case is that this is a specific group of children with very specific needs, and by working together, SENCOM have been able to provide a multidisciplinary team that has been able to provide that very specialist support. But what is absolutely fundamental to our ALN transformation programme is that the child sits at the centre.
Question 7, Jane Hutt.
What assessment has the Cabinet Secretary made of the importance of rural schools?
Jane, rural schools play an important role in our national mission to raise standards and extend opportunities to all our young people, which is why we've taken action, including publishing a Rural Education Action Plan and introducing a Small and Rural Schools Grant to help address the challenges that they face.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I'd like to thank you for your reply to my letter regarding the proposed closure of Llancarvan School, in which you say a presumption against closure does not mean a school will never close. However, it does mean that the case for closure must be strong and not taken until all viable alternatives have been consciously considered, including federation. As you're aware, there's widespread opposition to the closure of this rural school in my constituency. Can you comment on the evidence that the local authority has not considered viable alternatives such as federation?
Well, Jane, I am aware that the Cabinet of the Vale of Glamorgan Council decided to proceed with the proposal to transfer Llancarvan Primary School to a new site. The statutory notice, as you will be aware, was published on the 5th of November and provides a 28-day objection period in which anyone can respond. In this case, objections have to be done by the 3rd of December. The local authority must then publish a summary of the statutory objections and the response to those objections. As you'll be aware, a proposal approved or rejected by a local authority can be referred to the Welsh Minister for consideration if certain limited parties decide to take that step, and therefore I can't really comment any further on that individual case.
Question 8, Neil Hamilton.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the teaching of modern foreign languages in Wales?
The performance of our young people who study modern foreign languages at AS, A-level and GCSE remains strong. We have invested £2.5 million in our Global Futures Plan to enable young people to understand the importance and the opportunities of studying modern foreign languages.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response, but it doesn't actually reflect the reality of modern foreign language teaching in Welsh schools today. The latest UCAS figures indicate that there are 80 students from Wales that secured places on European language and literature courses last year, down from 120 at this time last year, and over the decade from 2009, A-level entries in French and German have fallen by 2/3. They fell again last year, and Spanish by a half. The government's Global Futures document was published in October 2015, and it was a plan to promote and improve modern foreign languages in Wales during a 5-year period up to 2020. This programme seems to have utterly failed. So what is the Cabinet Secretary going to do to try to repair the damage which has been done?
Well, let us be absolutely clear. Just a few moments ago, UKIP was telling us that we had far too many people going on to university to study academic subjects, and actually our focus as a government should be on encouraging people encouraging them to do other routes. Let's be absolutely clear. Where pupils are choosing to study modern foreign languages, they are doing extremely well. 2018 results showed an increase at A-level grades A* to C in French, German and Spanish, and at GCSE A* to C grades increased in French also. Now, undoubtedly, there are challenges in relation to the take-up of modern foreign languages, but the figures from 2018 show that the decline in the take-up of German has halted and the decline in French is less steep. We have put additional resources in via the Global Futures programme, and to support this further, I have agreed additional funding for the regions for 2018-19 to enhance their support offer for MFL with specific focus on the primary sector so that children discover a love of learning modern foreign languages earlier in their academic career rather than having to wait to secondary school to have these opportunities.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r cwestiynau i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros iechyd a gwasanaethau cymdeithasol. Ac mae'r cwestiwn cyntaf gan Joyce Watson.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on increasing the opportunities for people to test for HIV, including within community settings, through self-testing and home sampling?
Thank you for the question. I recently announced a number of interventions to improve sexual health in Wales, including a pilot for online testing in the Hywel Dda University Health Board area. And a project provides self-sampling HIV tests to those attending PrEP clinics. This work will inform future developments in service provision across Wales.
I'm really pleased, Cabinet Secretary, and I welcome your commitment to this, because we all know that early diagnosis of HIV is crucial to ensuring that any individual who has a positive test can start treatment as soon as possible. And having a range of opportunities for testing is indeed vital to improving that early diagnosis and to maintaining the health and well-being of those people who are living or might be living with HIV. Late diagnosis of HIV does cause serious implications for the individual's health and can lead to serious and life-threatening complications. And unfortunately, late diagnosis for HIV is still high, with 43% of all new cases being diagnosed late. So, Cabinet Secretary, beyond the ones that you have just outlined, and they are indeed very welcome, what other actions might the Welsh Government take to improve even further the take-up of early diagnostic cases in testing in HIV?
Well, I'm generally encouraged both by the work we're doing on PrEP, but also in the new pilot that I've announced. The work on PrEP is important because, if you recall, when I gave a statement to the Chamber previously, we had picked up a number of people in the pre-testing, before providing PrEP, a number of people undiagnosed with HIV. So we were able to actually begin treatment for that at that point, as well as a preventative point about PrEP. And I expect that we will learn much more about how to make sure PrEP is properly available to prevent HIV taking place in the first place. The rollout that I've announced, the self-testing and sampling at home, is important because other parts of the UK have a variation of that. We've actually got an easier test that we're actually rolling out here in Wales. The initial focus is on chlamydia and gonorrhea, but that will then roll out into look at HIV testing as well. We provide nearly 100,000 HIV tests in Wales each year, so there's a significant amount of testing going on. So it's not about what we should do, it's how we should do it and how we should improve what we're doing. And actually, on this point, we're leading the way across the UK.
Ramsey.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, you recently highlighted the importance of understanding the real levels of HIV in Wales, and I think, as you added, the number of people living with HIV here is probably underestimated. The Terence Higgins Trust have produced statistics which relate to the UK as a whole, with a breakdown, but there's very little data in their statistics relating to Wales specifically. Aside from looking at providing testing in communities and self-testing kits, will you be carrying out further Wales-focused research to understand how many people in Wales are HIV positive, and importantly, if there are any parts of Wales with a higher number of people suffering than elsewhere?
We expect to learn an awful lot from the PrEP study we're engaged in. Not just people presenting themselves, because it is a genuinely nationwide point with the broader engagement with sexual health services. So the point about making testing easier, it's all part of trying to reduce stigma as well. There's a challenge about people coming forward to take advantage of the testing that is already available. So the easier we make that, the more we talk about it, frankly, the more likely we are to have people come forward. And we can, of course, be confident that there are people living in Wales undiagnosed with HIV because we've discovered some of them by accident in the PrEP testing. We thought we would discover some because we're actually getting to people who have riskier sexual health behaviours than others. That's why, even though people who have undertaken PrEP, we know that nearly a fifth of those people have actually got other sexually transmitted infections. So we're actually dealing with the right population of people. And I look forward to addressing the Terence Higgins World AIDS Day event here in the Senedd at the end of this month, where I'll speak about this government's commitment to eliminating HIV here in Wales.
Question 2, Darren Miller.
Will the Welsh Government make a statement on immunisation rates in North Wales, please?
I'm happy to do so. Immunisation uptake rates in Wales remain at the top of international benchmarks and are comparable to other UK countries. The vast majority of children in Wales are fully immunised before they start school. Uptake of childhood immunisations in North Wales is above the Wales average for most programmes.
Thank you for that response. You'll be aware that older people and other vulnerable groups are also encouraged to undertake the offer of a flu vaccine each winter. There's been considerable concern in North Wales about a shortage of the vaccine across the region, including in my own constituency of Clwyd West. Do you accept that that shortage could potentially put the lives of vulnerable people at risk? And what are you doing to drive up the vaccination rates amongst frontline NHS workers, where there are a significant proportion of whom do not have these jabs every year and could be putting patients at risk?
Thank you for the follow-up question. There are essentially two parts to the follow-up question. And actually, over the last year, we've made real progress on NHS workers, in particular frontline workers, on actually undertaking the vaccine. When 4 years or so ago, when I was given the opportunity to work in the health department, the level of vaccine uptake within NHS workers was considerably less than 50%. It's now more than that, and actually Betsy Cadwallader does pretty well within the bunch of Welsh workers. We're looking for that to expand further, because there is a clear message about especially people who have direct contact with patients to undertake the flu vaccine. We're taking that further in the social care sector as well. So this year, the community pharmacy sector will lead on the vaccination of frontline workers in residential care too. On your point about the vaccine for older workers, and it's one of those health phrases, the adjuvenated vaccine, a vaccine that is more effective for people over the age of 65. And actually, the evidence from the JCVI is that it's likely to be the only vaccine effective in people over 75. So that's going out in every one of the UK countries, and all 4 countries have had some supply challenges from the manufacturer. We're now in a position where we can be confident that all of that supply will be available before the end of this month, November, and it's been phased in its rollout. The manufacturers acknowledge some of the challenges they've had in doing so, but of course we're learning lessons through this season, not just at the end of it, and I'm confident, as I think every other UK country is too, there's going to be adequate supply of that vaccine both in GPs and in community pharmacies to actually have a proper uptick of our most vulnerable citizens, and this year a more effective vaccine for the over 65s as well.
Cwestiynau nawr gan lefarwyr y pleidiau. Llefarydd Plaid Cymru, Helen Mary Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. And I wanted to use my first spokesperson's questions to address issues in health, in social care, rather than health, as a symbol of how important people across this chamber, but particularly here in our party, we see health and social care as an equal partnership, not one being more important than the other. So can I ask the Minister for Social Services, does the Welsh Government know the number of registered nurses and care workers from countries within the EU that are currently working in care homes in Wales, and if so, what are those figures?
Hello, Mary. Can I welcome you both to your spokesperson role, but also in the way that you've just laid out the importance of health and social care in the round. The Brexit stakeholder group that the Cabinet Secretary and I co-chair has looked at this issue. There is a relative paucity of data on the social care sector compared to the health sector. The health sector, we have quite accurate figures on the impacts of Brexit, whether it's a no deal or it's some transition on the workforce within it. So we have commissioned some work to go off and to fill in some of those data gaps, but part of the data gaps is simply because of the because of the wide, varied nature of the care sector, it's not as cohesive as the NHS that we have, but we've commissioned a piece of work to look at that, and as soon as we are aware of that, I'm sure we will bring it back to the House then to see how we're doing it. But the reason we're doing it is exactly that, to see how we can prepare for if we are in a situation where we actually have to deal with loss of people from our social care workforce, which is so important for all those people that receive care from people who come to this country from all around the world, quite frankly, to provide care for our citizens.
Thank you for the response, Minister. I'm sure you would understand that while taking on board what you've said about the complexity of the sector compared to the health sector, it is a source of frustration that we don't know, and this close to Brexit, that we still don't have whether you would ever be able to have as comprehensive and accurate set of figures as we can have for the health service. But it is frustrating that you don't fully know that, and I share your concern, of course, about the potential impact on the workforce of Brexit and if people are restricted in coming to work here. Minister, you'll be aware of last year's study by the British Medical Journal that links cuts and austerity in social care to an increase in mortality in care homes. One of the mitigating measures, of course, as you will be aware, is the presence of fully qualified registered nurses staffing care home settings. Do you accept that there might be a risk to safety in care homes if Brexit and the immigration rules significantly affect the levels of registered nurses in care homes? And what are you able to do to mitigate that risk?
We absolutely have to guard against that happening. We've made our views very clear to the UK Government, not only in terms of the need for our existing care staff to stay and be welcome here in Wales, come what may, but also to avoid tightening up on rules that, either around the individuals working on the front line or their families as well, because we have to deal with both. And one of our frustrations at the moment, both the Cabinet Secretary and myself, is that the UK Government is not at the moment receptive to our overtures, which we've made in writing, to say it's not good enough to say within health we'll pilot areas where we can have some sort of residency for individuals who are working with health. That needs to be applied to social care, but it also needs to be applied sympathetically to their families, because why would you stay here, why would you come and work here unless you also know your family's been looked after? So the uncertainty you mentioned, however, is a very fact of the chaos around the Brexit negotiations. The fact that we're at this point, over 2 years after the referendum, where we still do not have crystal clarity on what we need to be planning for, but we are now planning, and we have been for some time, with our stakeholders, including with the Care Inspectorate, the Care Forum, with providers directly, to say what are the impacts, even with a complex sector. Can we get the most accurate data on what the impact could be, particularly of a no deal?
Well, thank you again, Minister. I mean, obviously, nobody's going to blame the Welsh Government for Brexit, but I think it is appropriate that we raise some questions about how long it's taken to get this information, because, of course, there are many other reasons why we ought to have a better and clearer idea of what the skills mix, what the qualifications mix of our social care workforce is. Of course, in the previous Assembly, we passed the legislation to create minimum nurse staffing levels in certain hospital settings. Those settings were chosen because there was robust evidence to prove that the levels of staff nursing had an effect on patient outcomes. We now, of course, have the British Medical Journal study that shows that having qualified nursing staff in care homes can also have a similar impact on mortality and on outcomes. In principle, on this side of the House, we would support the extension of that legislation ultimately to cover care home settings. We realise that that's aspirational at the moment. But would you commit in principle to considering extending the Act to registered nurses in care home settings, providing the evidence is sufficiently robust in future?
We will always keep our minds open on this, because I think you're right in saying that we always need to go with the evidence. And of course, we only in recent years we've actually reviewed and renewed the guidance around nursing provision within the care home sector, recognising that once again care homes vary significantly in the type of residence they have, whether they need 24-hour cover, etc., etc. So we have only fairly recently reviewed and renewed it, but we always keep an open mind based on the evidence, as opposed to simply saying, here's a number, if we hit that bottom number, then we provide safe nursing cover within the care sector. we probably need to be, if we're going to follow the evidence, also do it in a very intelligent way that says, because of the quite diverse nursing needs within different care homes, whether those are with elderly infirm patients, whether it's with dementia patients as well, the differences will be significant. It could be different even from month to month or quarter to quarter, depending on the residents coming through. But I agree on the need to make sure that the evidence tells us what should be safe nursing levels within the care sector, and we'll always keep our minds open to evidence that's brought forward on that.
Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr, Janet Finch-Saunders.
Diolch Lawr. Minister, I'm sure that you are as horrified as I to learn of the horrific failings and incidences of alleged abuse and neglect at the Pines residential home in Gwynedd. From the footage that has come to light at this home, there is apparent evidence of falsifying documents, medications hidden in residents' food, unsafe methods of moving residents, and an overall lack of dignity and respect in their treatment and care. These are all incidences that fall well below what is expected within Wales and its own care regulations, all highlighted as a result of some investigative journalism shown last night on the Abed Arbedwar S4C programme that I watched. What concerns me, Minister, is that this residential facility was already known to the Care Inspectorate Wales and had a number of critical reports against its conduct and treatment of residents. But the poor treatment of its vulnerable adult has clearly continued. What is your government doing alongside CIW to ensure that any facilities, such as the Pines residential home, are put on strict, meaningful improvement programmes to ensure that the vulnerable residents are safeguarded against any malpractice or neglect?
Thank you for the question. And yes, I've seen the programme from Byd Arbedwar, and we're very aware of the concerns which have been raised regarding the Pines and Cricket, as is the Care Inspectorate. And the Inspectorate took immediate action on being made aware of those issues identified by S4C at the Pines, and its inspection is ongoing as we speak. Now, because of that, it's difficult for me to comment any further about the Pines itself at the moment, but you do rightly point out that actually there have been improvement plans and inspections previously that have led to improvement measures within this home. It's right that the Inspectorate is in there right now investigating the latest allegations, as they remain at the moment, allegations, and to see what needs to be done. But it is difficult for me to comment further on the Pines. What I can say as well, though, is that the Care Inspectorate carried out over 600 inspections as part of its regular inspection and regulation regime last year. But of course, it's always able, on the reporting of any incidents of possible abuse, neglect or whatever, to actually go into a home at a moment's notice. And that's what they've done in this respect now. You asked also, what can the Welsh Government do further? I think there are things that we can do and that we are doing. Only a couple of years ago, this Assembly took forward the RISCA regulations, the Regulation Inspection of Social Care Regulations. Now, that is significantly different because, for example, that places quite firmly within law requirements on providers and designated responsible individuals of care homes. So we know where the buck stops as well. But it also moves away from minimum standards of provision, which, if you have a minimum standard, people choose to meet the minimum standard and no more, and it focuses instead on continual improvement, which is what we want to get from all our care home settings, but also an emphasis on the importance of the individual, on their care, their support, supporting them in what their needs are. Now, we won't get there overnight on this, but this is what the Welsh Government can do, is set the framework for both the regulator and for care homes to constantly drive improvement.
Thank you. It is vital, however, that any suggestions for improvement, whatever their nature, are taken seriously, and the well-being of vulnerable older people is at the heart of how care is delivered. But my concerns do not just relate to the rights of people within residential homes. As the Welsh Government pursue their Healthier Wales agenda, which sees more patients receiving care at home, how are you making arrangements to ensure that older people who are receiving care in their own homes can be safe, that they will receive the highest standard of care, and that their well-being is supported by all members of the multidisciplinary team responsible for providing that care? And the reason I ask that today is that on Monday I was shocked by the fact that one of my constituents has recently been very badly let down with the multidisciplinary teams that are going into their home at the moment, that has led to their daughter now asking for a thorough investigation to what they deem as neglect to their elderly father. So what regulations and inspectorate systems will be put in place to ensure that vulnerable adults are not neglected in their own homes? There are some of the most vulnerable members of our society, and it is vital that we have an independent inspectorate body in place to visit people in their own homes and ensure that all their needs are being met and their rights respected. So what work is taking place, Minister, to ensure that such a system is developed as your Welsh Government health boards and social services progress with the community care agenda?
I think, Janet, there's a number of things that we can do. And in fact, when Sarah Rachira left post back in June, I think it was, we stood here in the Senedd and we made that commitment to actually making rights real for older people, and we laid out a number of the ways in which we would do that. And you're right in saying this is not simply to do with care settings. It's every setting that a person will be in their own home, close to home, in a care setting, that makes them have a good quality of life and shows that their rights are respected. So some of the practical things we said, our legislative framework here is underpinned by the Social Services and Wellbeing Act. We said that we would, with the new Commissioner, Helena Hairclots, we would co-produce practical guidance that demonstrates how to make those principles, those UN principles, real for older people. We would take some of our initial work, we would focus it on the commissioning of services for older people, on safeguarding in all environments, and on advocacy, because these are areas we need to get right if we're going to support all older people who have voice and control over their health and social care in whatever setting. But we're also going to do things within the care home setting as well. So we will update the 2009 guidance. It's been too long since we've looked at that, on how we escalate care in concerns about care within care homes. We will take advice from the NHS Centre on Equality and Human Rights on how to embed human rights into NHS practice. We will, with the Care Inspectorate Wales, build the narrative of human rights into care home inspection reports, in light of the earlier question, and many other aspects. And one thing we said we would do of the new Commissioner is to ask her to chair a working group for us, chaired by the Commissioner, on making those rights real, because it isn't simply about passing legislation, it's about making them bite.
Thank you again. And I've met with Eleanor Hairclots, and I was very impressed that I know going forward she can't do everything, but one of the things she's going to focus on is elder abuse. Now, the Welsh Conservatives have had long-standing commitments to ensure that the rights of older people in Wales are strengthened, and I am hugely supportive of my own colleague Darren Miller AM, who is now bringing forward much-needed legislation in this area. We know, Minister, that older people do not always know their rights. They do not always know when an injustice has been committed against them, and they do not always have the confidence to report this. This was most recently evidenced by the Crown Prosecution Service, who revealed that of the 35,000 crimes prosecuted in Wales last year, just 250 were against the elderly. It is clear that we need to make a concerted effort to ensure that the rights of older people in Wales are strengthened, that older people know their rights, and public bodies have a duty to promote and to protect these. Can you today acknowledge that there is scope in this area to strengthen this with legislation, and that you will work constructively with the proposed bill in order, and, of course, those putting it through, to strengthen the rights of our older people here in Wales?
The first thing to say in response is that one is rights, all rights, older people's children's rights, the rights for disabled people are universal, and they should be applied in that way. And the other thing is, I think there is cross-party support for driving the rights agenda as well. I think the question is how we best do that. Now, I'm more than happy to work constructively with Darren and any member who brings forward suggestions on a rights-based agenda to see whether legislation is the right way forward or whether there are alternative ways. And I don't say that latter part of my sentence there to row away from, but I think that making rights real is far more than only legislation. And that's where working with commissioners, I think we can we can draw out very practical ways that when we talk about older people in care homes, older people who have in social care packages in their own homes and so on, what strikes me is, if I go to a school in Swansea and I ask children about rights, they can articulate to me by the number what those rights are. They can tell me about Right 31, the right to play. They can tell me about Article 12, the right to be heard and to have grown-ups actually put their ideas in a process. But if you go to an older person's group and say, do you realise you have rights? They'll say, really? Now, so we've got a way to go. So I'm more than happy to engage constructively on that, because I think we share the same aim. And I would simply say then, in reciprocation, let's engage with it practically on what would be needed to actually make those rights real and make older people aware of the rights that they have, which are universal.
Llefarydd UKIP, Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. A couple of weeks ago in the Assembly, I met with representatives from the Alzheimer's Society. During this meeting, I and some of my staff undertook a training and skills session to become dementia friends. The object of becoming a dementia friend is to learn some of the logistics of dementia, what dementia is, what causes it, what are the symptoms, and most importantly, it's designed to demonstrate how we can help people with dementia by better understanding their condition. Cabinet Secretary, could you give us an update on how the Welsh Government is helping to encourage more people to become dementia-friendly?
I'm happy to confirm that we work very well with a range of third sector organisations, including those people promoting Dementia Friends. I've met with Boots, for example, who, because of the leadership in Wales, every Boots store in Wales have Dementia Friends in their staff, and they're looking to roll that out in the rest of the Boots company in other parts of the United Kingdom. And actually, there are, I think, lots of people in this room have undertaken the Dementia Friends training. I have, as have my staff, and I believe that Jane Brighton had indicated she wanted to try and encourage all of us to become Dementia Friends, so we could say we're the first legislature in the world that is fully dementia-friendly. So there's much that we're doing to promote that campaign being run by one third sector organisation. It's part of actually becoming a dementia-friendly nation, which, of course, is spelled out in the Welsh Government's Dementia Action Plan.
Yes, thanks for that answer, and that's encouraging to hear. Problems can be caused when people with dementia have to go into hospital, particularly if staff are not trained to meet the needs of those patients. What is the Welsh Government doing to ensure hospital staff at all levels understand how to care for and support people with dementia?
As the member for Caerphilly will know, I launched the Good Work training toolkit in Ysbyty Ystrad Fawr more than a year ago, and that's been developed by staff within the service working with the third sector so that we do understand the training needs of staff to provide that genuinely person-centred care for people with dementia, to understand what matters to them, to understand how being in an unfamiliar place for most people can be unsettling, but particularly for people who have dementia. So it is absolutely part of where we are within the health service, as part of the health contribution to the Dementia Action Plan that we have. But most importantly, I think, that is being overseen, that whole action plan, not just the training for staff. There is genuine engagement of people who are living with dementia in an oversight group for the plans. It won't simply be a report back from a minister, whether it's me or somebody else in the future. You'll have the assurance of people living with dementia giving an honest assessment of where we are in taking forward the commitments we make in that plan. And of course, we do have a midpoint review where the public and indeed members of this place can look at what progress we have made and what more we will still, of course, need to do.
There can be an additional problem, apart from what we've discussed so far, and that's the problem of stigma surrounding the condition of dementia. Can the Welsh Government do anything to help reduce this stigma surrounding the condition?
I think this conversation, the conversation we've had and regularly have within this place around it, is part of dealing with that stigma. For people to recognise that more and more people have dementia and will do in the future. It is a societal-wide challenge and not something that people need to feel ashamed about at all. The stigma, though, often comes from people not wanting to acknowledge that they have the condition and their families and carers not always wanting to. And that's difficult because if you see someone's personality changing in particular, whether that's about a loss of memory or other changes that sometimes happen, because the dementia affects different people in different ways. It's, if you like, a basket of potential conditions and outcomes. It can be difficult to accept that person, who you know and who you love, is somebody different in who they are and how they behave. Even if they're still the same person that has brought you up, that has loved you and cared for you, and it's very difficult. And I know that there are people in this chamber who have gone through that experience, and outside as well. So this is a genuine cross-party and cross-society campaign for decency and dignity and having better outcomes for people living with dementia, and of course the research we will want to undertake to try and improve outcomes and, if at all possible, prevent dementia taking place in the first place. And in that, as in so many other things, we can do more ourselves to make choices to mean that we are less likely to have dementia ourselves in the future.
Question 3, Mandy Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on cancer outcomes in North Wales?
Yes, the Welsh Government does not routinely collect cancer survival data at Health Board level. However, all Welsh figures show 1-year survival has improved by 3.2 percentage points from 2005-9 to the last reported 5-year period of 2010-14, and 5-year survival period has improved by 3.3 percentage points over the same period of time. There is, of course, more to do.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, cancer does not discriminate. Gender, race or sexuality, cancer is not choosy. We are seeing that increasingly cancer doesn't discriminate against age either, and yet currently smear tests for cervical cancer start at age 25. By reducing the age of smear tests and cervical screening, we can save lives. We can tackle cell changes earlier and prevent cervical cancer. A number of my constituents have signed an online petition calling for the age to be lowered. Cabinet Secretary, will you look at reducing the age of screening, please?
Yes, look, I recognise the campaign in this area and in others over the age profiles for our national screening programmes, and indeed bids for conditions not currently covered by screening programmes to continue. We, as does every other UK government, follow the expert advice from the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, an independent expert body that gives us advice on the very best evidence for how to make the biggest difference. And at present, their advice is that we should not have a national screening programme for people under the age of 25. Now, that does not mean that nobody under the age of 25 will potentially have cervical cancer. The challenge is whether there's real benefit to be gained for the population by having a population-wide screening programme, because some screening programme has potential harm for people as well. So the challenge is that balance in risk and the advice that we have, and I think it's one of those instances where politicians really should be guided by the evidence that does come from independent expertise that advises every single government in the UK. But of course, as you've heard earlier, we will always review the evidence as to what we could and should do.
Mark Isherwood.
Endoscopy services are key to ensuring the early diagnosis and detection of cancer such as bowel cancer. 104 patients in North Wales needing an endoscopy are waiting over 24 weeks or 168 days. Betsy Cadwallader University Health Board's latest board meeting said endoscopy have maximised this with backfilled and additional weekend capacity and a third endoscopy room in the West, saying that some of the additional capacity is being used to address the backlog of urgent suspected cancer patients and patients referred by Bowel Screening Wales. But it also states, although it's expected that the board will continue to meet its 31-day target, the 62-day target for patients newly diagnosed with cancer via the urgent suspected cancer route to start definitive treatment is at significant risk, particularly due to the pressure on endoscopy across Betsy Cadwallader. What work, therefore, is the Welsh Government doing to ensure that sustainable capacity is built in this area so that no patient needing an endoscopy is exposed to waiting for longer than the Welsh Government's target waiting times?
It is absolutely something that takes up time and attention within the government and within the health service. The National Health Service Wales Executive Board has considered further action on endoscopy services. We're having an action plan for trying to understand how we have better capacity, both in kit but also people, and how we do so properly. It's not just about the new FIT test. It is more than one part of cancer, more than one part of healthcare. And you'll be pleased to know that the Health Committee is actually, should give its full to Health, Social Care and Sport, I think. I see the chair behind me. But I know that committee is looking to have an inquiry on endoscopy services. We've submitted evidence to it, and I know there'll be much more scrutiny, so I'll be more than happy in this role or a different one to come back and answer further questions either at that committee or indeed in this place on what we are doing and the effectiveness of the programme of work that we have.
Question 4, Nick Ramsey.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the availability of the flu vaccine this winter?
I'll be happy to do so, and I hope your question hasn't been answered by your colleague. I wrote to all Assembly members on the 1st of November advising about arrangements for the supply of flu vaccines this year in the light of the phased delivery of the recommended vaccine to people aged 65 years of age and over.
Something of Groundhog Day here, Cabinet Secretary, but Darren Miller did ask about this area, as many other AMs have, like me, received emails from constituents concerned about the availability of the vaccine in question. The most recent email I received was from a 75-year-old from Abergavenny who was unable to receive the vaccine as his local GP practice has limited stocks and is prioritising currently over 75-year-olds. Now, I understand from your earlier answer that part of the problem was surgeries and community pharmacies ordering too little of the vaccine to start with. That's something that Age Cymru have reported. And I also hear you when you say that stocks will be available by the end of this month in time for the flu season. But what can be done to better get this message out there? Currently, older people are anxious, I think it's fair to say, about this delay, and I think it would be helpful if the message was communicated that the flu season hasn't started yet and that they will be vaccinated in time. Currently, there are concerns, and I think that the Welsh Government does need to alleviate those concerns.
Yes, I'm happy to re-provide the reassurance that you seek. This year we have a better, more effective vaccine for people aged over 65. It is a phased supply. That was a challenge in the manufacture and supply of that vaccine rather than GPs or community pharmacies under-ordering. By the end of this month, by the end of November, the supply should be available in Wales and across the rest of the UK, so people should contact their healthcare providers of choice for the flu vaccine, whether that's a community pharmacy or indeed a GP surgery, to arrange for themselves to be vaccinated. The message is the vaccine is going to be available. Contact your healthcare provider and make sure you get yourself protected for flu this winter.
Question 5, Hefin David.
Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on contingency plans for the continued supply of pharmaceutical drugs to the NHS in Wales in the event of a no-deal Brexit?
Yes, we are working with the UK Government, which has instructed medicines manufacturers and suppliers to at present maintain an extra 6 weeks' worth of their products over and above their usual reserves. We will, of course, continue to work with the UK Government to make sure we do all that we can should the United Kingdom leave the European Union.
My question leads from a concern raised by a constituent specifically about the supply of insulin to Britain in the event of a no-deal Brexit. He raised concerns following remarks made by the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, Sir Michael Rawlings, who warned on the 30th of July that insulin is not manufactured in Britain. All of it has to be imported, and it cannot be transported like other prescription drugs because it's temperature controlled. I submitted a written question to the Health Secretary, to yourself, during the summer recess about this, asking what action you were taking. And the response was that you were in regular discussions with the UK's Department of Health and you would keep my office and Assembly members updated. So my question is, given the uncertainty that surrounds Brexit at the moment, have there been any significant developments on this matter since I asked my written question?
The challenge comes with a no-deal Brexit and our ability to prepare for the possibility that the United Kingdom crashes out of the European Union at the end of March next year. I don't think I should try to provide false reassurance that all will be well. Every government, though, in the UK, it is in every government's interests to make sure that we do all that we can. So this is about how we try and make sure there is enough supply that is available. That is still about the arrangements with other countries, because you're right, you can't simply transfer all medicines across borders and not worry about their shelf life. There are approximately 14,500 people with type 1 diabetes in Wales, so this is an issue of real concern. There is a limited supply of insulin within this country, but nothing like enough to care for all of those people with type 1 diabetes. I'm not in a position to provide you with a detailed update at present on this particular issue, but I certainly will do so as soon as it's available, because, as I say, it is something that bothers me, it should bother all of us, if a no-deal Brexit really does happen, about how we do all that we can in each part of the UK.
David Melding.
Cabinet Secretary, the External Affairs Committee has heard this issue, and insulin was raised as were radionuclides, which are essential for scanning equipment. I think what the government has to do in cooperation with the UK government is set in place arrangements over these key medicines and products about how that would be handled. I don't think for a moment the European Union will resist special measures over these very specific products that have problems with their shelf life and temperature in particular. You have to get on with this and not just say, you know, we want to avoid a cliff edge Brexit. I mean, I do as well. You have to have plans about how to deal with it in these specific areas.
Well, there are real practical conversations going on between every health department from every nation within the UK. And on this, actually, it's an issue where myself and the Scottish Health Secretary have written to Matt Hancock seeking a meeting to try and put some of the politics aside, but to have a practical face-to-face conversation what each of us can do. I've yet to have a positive response to the joint offer of a meeting, but I think it would be sensible for ministers who have responsibility for health departments to have that conversation on a very practical level. Because the challenge comes in the fact that the UK government is acting for the UK and having this conversation on the supply of medicines and products with a limited shelf life. Now, I'm not in control of the conversation with European Union partners. I don't believe they want to punish the UK at all, but there must be some common sense about our arrangements with the rest of the European Union to make sure that supply is not interrupted. But I can't give you the reassurance you seek that all is necessarily going to be well. I can give you the reassurance that this government is a willing and genuine partner in looking for an answer should the United Kingdom leave without satisfactory arrangements in other areas.
Cwestiwn 6, Llyr Griffith.
Datganiad am bwysau cynyddol ar feddygon teulu yng Ngogledd Cymru.
Yes, we recognise there are challenges, but remain committed to supporting our hard-working GPs and their practice teams throughout Wales. Betty Cadwallader University Health Board has recently appointed a new Executive Director of Primary Care and Community Services, Dr Chris Stockport, and he will lead and oversee the adoption and adaptation of the primary care model for Wales across the Health Board to try and help ease pressures on general practice within North Wales.
Wel, diolch i chi am eich ateb, ond wrth gwrs ar ben y pwysau tymhorol cynyddol a'r pwysau arferol i ni gweld ar ddoctoriaid a'r gwasanaeth iechyd, mae yna broblemau eraill yn deillio yn uniongyrchol o rai o bolisiau y Llywodraeth yma hefyd. Mae cynllun datblygu lleol Wrexham, er enghraifft, yn rhagweld y bydd angen 10 meddyg teulu ychwanegol oherwydd y cynnydd sydd yn cael ei yrru yn y ddarpariaeth 2 yn sgil y cynlluniau datblygu lleol yna. Felly, be mae'r Llywodraeth yn ei wneud i sicrhau fod doctoriaid digonol ar gael i gwrdd ar galw cynyddol fydd yna'n uniongyrchol yn sgil y cynllun datblygu lleol y Wrexham, wrth gwrs yn y cynlluniau datblygu lleol eraill ar draws y Gogledd ac yn wir Cymru gyfan.
There is always a challenge in linking population growth and housing development with the provision of a range of services, including healthcare services. We'll have the same practical challenge in delivering Wilfa Newydd as well. It's a challenge and about a conversation with local general practice themselves, but also the wider team as well. The Health Board are developing a North West Primary Care Academy to coordinate and develop local training, mentorship and professional development opportunities. They're also looking at how to rearrange and reorganise primary care. In North East of Wales in particular, it's one of the key priorities for Dr Stockport because we recognise the additional pressure there. And that is likely to mean that clusters will need to take on more responsibility with new leadership and arrangements for those practices that are handing their contracts back. I recognise it's a real and practical challenge to maintain and safeguard what we have and to develop it for the future. But the new model for primary care is not simply a reorganisation delivered by government. It's actually got buy-in from a range of our partners, including the Royal College of GPs and the BMA's General Practice Committee as well. The challenge is how we make it work, not if we can make it work, and the different roles that healthcare professionals will have to play to provide the high-quality healthcare that every single part of Wales should be entitled to.
Well, despite warnings year after year by the Royal College of General Practitioners and the British Medical Association, the number of registered GPs working in Wales is at its lowest level in 5 years. In 2014, the Royal College of General Practitioners warned that the share of Welsh NHS funding for patient care in general practice had been falling for years. And the same year, the North Wales Local Medical Committee came to this Assembly and warned that several practices have been unable to fill vacancies and many GPs were seriously considering retirement because of their currently expanding workload. Why, therefore, did Welsh Government practice receive the lowest share of NHS spend in the United Kingdom last year, despite the rise in patient demand?
The way in which we allocate finance across the service is to try and meet current and future needs. In particular, we're investing in a healthier Wales. And I've made very clear that as activity has moved around our health and care system, I expect resources to be moved around to enable that to happen. If you look at the broader definition of primary care for all those different primary care services, we actually fund primary care at the same level as they do in Scotland. The challenge is the right numbers of professionals in the right place to deliver the service that we want. And in that regard, looking at the future, we overfilled the year before last on GP training. We had a 98% fill rate in GP speciality training last year here in Wales, the best percentage figures of any UK country. We're looking to slightly expand those numbers, and we're looking at a review headed up by Health, Education and Improvement Wales this year to look again at how we actually recruit GPs, and including within that to look at the numbers for training as well. In terms of making the job easier and a better job for GPs as well, at the recent Primary Care Conference, there was a positive message from Charlotte Jones from the BMA about the partnership that exists between GPs themselves, the NHS and the government, and in particular the moves forward we've made on the indemnity scheme and the further work we're doing on clusters. So not everything is perfect. There are still challenges for all of us to address. But I actually think we're in a good place for that partnership to work. We have a committed group of general practitioners who want to make primary care work with other healthcare professionals. We have the right plan. The challenge will be delivering it in a very contested environment, and an environment where we need to do things differently in the future. But that is what this government is committed to doing.
Question 7, Jane Bryant.
What steps is the Welsh Government taking to improve health and social care services in South East Wales?
Thank you. On the 8th of November, the Cabinet Secretary for Health announced around £13.4 million funding from the Transformation Fund to support improved access to services in Gwent. And the Gwent proposal focuses on prevention, well-being and new seamless models of health and care delivered closer to home. And we're delighted to say it also includes the development of a pan-Gwent integrated system of emotional and mental well-being for children and young people. This confident and ambitious programme is supported by the Gwent Regional Partnership Board.
Thank you, Minister. And as you've mentioned, you and the Cabinet Secretary made the recent announcement of the £13.4 million investment in health and social care services in Gwent during your visit to the Serene Children's Centre in Rogerstone. The centre is dedicated, and its dedicated staff have been providing an invaluable service to children with complex needs from across Newport and the wider region since it opened in 2011. I know from speaking to children, parents and staff, both past and present, that the centre has transformed the lives of those who use it and their families. The Serene Centre is unique in its provision: treatment, care, information, consultations and leisure services all under one roof. Children can benefit for the continuity of care, and this significantly eases the burden on families. So can the Minister set out how the centre will be used as an excellent example of the way health and social care services are delivered locally?
Thank you, Jane. I think the Cabinet Secretary and I were blown away by the conversations that we had with parents and staff and young people themselves there, who were eloquent in their praise for what the centre is doing. And also, I have to say, in how it fits in within the approach that we're now taking across Gwent, because the principles they have there about being focused on the individual, about co-production of solutions that wrap around the individual, about working on early intervention and prevention with families and young people, giving them that support at the right time in the right way. Well, that was the ideal place, I have to say, to launch not only the overall transformation proposal that they have, but also the aspects around children and young people. And one of the interesting aspects taken forward in Gwent on a pan-Gwent basis is that they're trying to embed their version, a Welsh version, a Gwent version of the Iceberg model, which I know the CYP committee has looked at in detail. It's interested members here from the Assembly, which looks at that more integrated working across all organisational boundaries. It looks at the early intervention, the right support at the right time, and so that in terms of things like mental health and well-being, that CAMS is not the only game in town. It's much more holistic approach and involving children and young people, reflecting their voice in the design of services. And the Serenity Centre does all of that. I said to them when I left, I look forward to coming back, spending some more time then, because it's a joy to behold, and we need to see more of that. And this approach, I have to say, that they're taking across Gwent, right across Wales. And that's the idea with the Transformation Fund, is that you don't just do it in Gwent, you then learn the lessons, and then you upscale it, and you say, can we do this right across Wales?
Mohammed Ashkar.
Madam Presiding Officer, in September, around a third of patients, more than 22,300 people who attended A&E at Royal Gwent Hospital waited more than 4 hours to be dealt with. Just over 66.4% were seen inside 4 hours compared to the Welsh Government target of 95%. Only 2 A&E units in Wales produced a worse performance. What action will the Cabinet Secretary take to improve waiting time at A&E at the Royal Gwent Hospital to ensure it meets the target his own department has set?
Yeah, the Cabinet Secretary heard what the member just said, and we continue to work on improvement within A&E, because we never are complacent about it. But we do have areas where performance, as you highlighted, is working, but it's not consistent. So what we need to do is to work with the health boards to put the onus on them to make sure that they are bringing down those waiting times within A&E, and working with the Welsh Ambulance Service as well to make sure that there is seamless transfer of patients, that there is effective discharge and so on. So we're not complacent in this at all, but there are areas of very good practice within the Welsh NHS. We need to make those areas of good practice be commonplace.
Question 8, Angela Burns.
Thank you. Good fielding. Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on new medicine being distributed through the Treatment Fund?
Yes, I'm happy to do so. By the end of October, the new Treatment Fund had provided patients throughout Wales with faster access to 146 new medicines from a wide range of medical conditions. The average time taken to make medicine available is now 17 days. That is a reduction of 81%.
That's to be welcome, Cabinet Secretary. Now, I'm sure you know that in May there was a national rollout in England for the use of 5-ALA treatment, which is a technique that assists physicians in the removal of brain tumours. This technique has led to demonstrably improved outcomes for patients. 2018 NICE clinical guidance recommends that in appropriate cases, patients take 5-aminolurinic acid prior to surgery. The All Wales Medicine Strategy Group also recommends this treatment. As you're aware, a patient's geographical location will dictate where their brain tumour is treated. In North Wales, the Centre of Excellence is Liverpool's Walton Centre. Elsewhere, for Wales, we go to Cardiff University Hospital. My concern is that whilst the hospital in Liverpool is making use of this treatment, surgeons at University Hospital in Cardiff are not. Are you able to ask for clarity on this unequal situation, and would you be able to use the new treatment fund to facilitate uptake of this innovative methodology that could help patients retain so much more of themselves after brain surgery?
Yes, I am aware of the availability of the new treatment. I don't actually think it's specifically an area for the new treatment fund, but I will nevertheless look into the differences that you've outlined between North and South Wales, and I'll happily come back and report to members when I'm in a position to do so.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r cwestiynau amserol, ac mae'r cwestiwn cyntaf yw ofyn gan Mick Antonev.
Thank you, Llywydd. What discussions has the Cabinet Secretary had with Cardiff Airport in the light of reports that the airline Flybe is to be sold?
Yes, I've held discussions with airport executives myself, and my officials maintain regular contact with Cardiff Airport. They're continuing to work closely with Flybe. All flights to and from the airport are operating normally, and of course, the sale of the company is just one option that the company is considering.
Cabinet Secretary, thank you for the answer. You will understand the reason why I've raised the question. The airport, since it came into public ownership, has been remarkably successful in The last year, there's been 9% growth, which was on top of 16% growth the previous year, and 50% growth in passenger numbers since it was taken out of private ownership and into the public sector. It has recently been named as the best under 3 million airport in the UK. It has increased incoming passenger numbers from 24 to 30%. There are new airlines, new routes. In July 2018, it was the second best time performance airport in the whole of the UK, and in 2017 was awarded a 5-star status. Of course, turning around an airport after years of decline is not easy. And I wonder what assurances, Cabinet Secretary, you can give us in terms of the government's long-term strategy with regard to the importance of the airport as part of the Welsh economy, as a major employer, and also the long-term strategy to ensure that success continues in what are very, very difficult times for the airport industry, but to the benefit of the Welsh economy.
Well, can I thank Mick Anthony for his question and also for recognising the remarkable success of Cardiff Airport since the Welsh Government purchased that particular asset. The aim, of course, the long-term strategy, which was outlined in the master plan during the summer, the aim is to grow the airport to accommodate 3 million passengers annually. I'd also like to put on record my thanks to the incredible team at Cardiff Airport who are responsible for the success that Mick Anthony has outlined. It's worth stating, with regard to Flybe, that based on discussions that have taken place between the airport and the company, we are aware that there are no plans for any radical changes to the route network. There are no plans whatsoever to ground planes, and there are no plans whatsoever either to cut the number of routes. Members will be aware that the company are in talks with potential strategic partners, and again, I should state that the sale option is one of several options that are currently being examined. If a sale went ahead, then it would be recognised that Cardiff International Airport has been part of the successful story of Flybe over many years. In addition to the services that are operated by Flybe, we've recently seen Cardiff International Airport successfully work with TUI in introducing an expanded service through the addition of another aircraft. KLM are increasing capacity at Cardiff International Airport. We know about the new route to Doha, operated by Qatar Airways, and Cardiff International Airport are also in discussions with Ryanair. We know that Ryanair intend to double the number of services next year, providing a huge opportunity potentially for Cardiff International Airport. We will go on supporting this major asset, not just for South Wales, but for the whole of Wales. Our international airport is hugely important in terms of its strategic fit with our transport plans for the future of Wales. We are proud of its success, and we look forward to its success continuing for many years to come.
Andrew Arty-Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The news was alarming last week, obviously, that Flybe have put themselves up for sale, because in some markets they are a very successful airline and achieve real growth. In the early years of the government's ownership, significant loans were made to Cardiff Airport, with the purchase price on the loans in excess now of £100 million, I believe the slate talks of. Part of that money was made available to secure Flybe to the airport, and if you look at Flybe's accounts, the airlines, the aircraft are actually chartered to Cardiff Airport, which is quite a unique way of accounting for those aircraft. What security has the Minister had given to him that no government money is at risk should the worst case scenario happen and Flybe cease trading? None of us want to see that happen, and hopefully the best option, which would be to secure the long-term viability of Flybe, either through a partnership or a purchase, will actually expand route development out of Cardiff. But there is a significant amount of public money being put on the table to secure the Flybe route, and it is incumbent on the Cabinet Secretary to give members assurance that that money is secure and is able to be transferred to a new operator should Flybe cease their routes out of Cardiff.
I can assure the member that whilst on the one side the loan with Cardiff International Airport is, of course, commercially sensitive, The airport is currently within its terms of the loan agreement, and that money is secure. But I think it's important that we don't talk down, and the member is right to state that we should not talk down the prospects for Flybe. This has been an incredibly successful company, and in terms of the services operated to and from Cardiff Airport, we've seen a good increase in the number of passengers using that particular air carrier. I do think that Flybe and Cardiff Airport have worked exceptionally well together, and that's why talks have been so productive since last week's announcement. Of course, the sale may be the eventual outcome, but I believe, based on the performance of Flybe, that a strategic partnership or a successful sale is highly likely. We know that the factors that have contributed to the challenges facing Flybe have concerned issues such as IT systems. These can be overcome with the help of a strategic partner, and that's what I hope we will see for Flybe.
Rhina Piorwerth.
Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. Un elfen o hyn sydd ddim wedi cael llawer o sylw, os o gwbl, dwi'n meddwl, dros yr wythnos diwethaf, ydy'r ffaith mae Flybe drwy is-gwmni Eastern sy'n rhedeg yr hediad rhwng Ynys Môn a Chaerdydd, gwasanaeth sy'n fwy poblogaidd nac mae erioed wedi bod, a dwi'n llongyfarch Llywodraeth Cymru yn hynny o beth. Allwch chi fel ysgrifennydd Cabinet roi gwybod i ni rhannu unrhyw bryderon sydd ganddoch chi am effaith trafferthion presennol Flybe ar y cytundeb hwnnw, ac rhoi gwybod ni am unrhyw sicrwydd ydych chi'n wedi chwilio amdano fo neu wedi dderbyn yn barod mewn cysylltiad â'r gwasanaeth hanfodol yma.
Well, can I thank the member for his question? It's very timely, actually, because it's my intention to announce shortly the outcome of the tendering process for that particular air link, and the member is absolutely right. We have seen great success since the route has been operated by Eastern Airways. I believe that passenger numbers have increased by something in the order of 40%, demonstrating the growing demand for the Cardiff to North West Wales air link. I will be making an announcement soon. I wouldn't want to preempt any announcement that I will make, but I am confident that the arrangements that have been in place are fit for purpose, have been successful, and could continue into the future. I see no reason why Flybe, given its performance to date, would collapse. I think there is strong interest in the company, both in terms of its fit with potential partners or as a potential purchase by another airline. And that could include, dependent on the outcome that I'll be announcing soon, inclusion of the Eastern Airways link between Cardiff and Anglesey.
Jane Hutt.
Diolch, Llywydd. And can I join the Cabinet Secretary and members in praising the management of Cardiff Airport in my constituency? I welcome the latest passenger figures for the airport, which show that during the last financial year, total passengers grew year on year by 9% to reach 1.448 million. As it's been suggested that air passenger duty has been a particularly detrimental factor for Flybe, what representations is the Welsh Government continuing to make regarding devolving passenger duty, which is clear would have a beneficial impact for Cardiff Airport and for Wales, and of course receives cross-party support in this Assembly?
Well, it's very interesting. Jane Hutt makes a really important point about the role that air passenger duty could play in assisting and making Flybe more competitive, because it's my understanding that something in the region of 80% of Flybe's flights are subject to the double whammy of domestic route APD. Clearly, if that were to be devolved and we could either abandon it or significantly reduce it, then that would assist Flybe, and it would also make air services more competitive for passengers. The UK Government has said that it is open to reviewing the devolution of APD if new evidence comes to light. And I think that what we've learned from Flybe in the last week is that if the removal of APD could be secured through devolution, then clearly that would be sufficient evidence to justify the devolution of APD, because it could assist in the company being more competitive. The Welsh Affairs Committee are currently looking at this issue, and the Welsh Government have contributed evidence to that inquiry, and also we commissioned consultants, Northpoint, to look at the potential outcome of abolishing the tax on all flights. They found that it could raise the number of passengers using Cardiff Airport by more than 650,000 per year in a very short space of time, in just 7 years. That would be an incredible increase in the number of passengers. It would assist the airlines that operate from there, including Flybe.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Mae'r ail gwestiwn eto hefyd i'w ateb gan yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros economi a thrafnidiaeth. A'r cwestiwn i'w holi gan Rhina Piolwerth.
Diolch Llywydd, a wnaeth ysgrifennydd y Cabinet ddatganiad am wasanaethau tren yn dilyn ymddiheiriad gyhoeddus trafnidiaeth Cymru am ddiffygion yn y gwasanaethau.
Yes, Storm Callum, autumn conditions and the dreadful quality of the rolling stock we inherited from Arriva Trains Wales have impacted the operation of rail services. Transport for Wales is implementing a recovery plan, and passengers will see consequential service improvements each day over the next few weeks.
Maybe in your subsequent answer you might want to join with Transport for Wales in apologising for the inconvenience that has been caused to travellers over the past few weeks. I personally thought the First Minister was hugely defensive yesterday when criticism was put to him of the situation on Wales's railways, and many thousands of passengers have suffered, failing to get to work or failing to get from work. My own daughter was standing on a platform at Aberystwyth on Sunday afternoon waiting for the train, which was on time according to the sign. It just didn't turn up. Now, anybody who knows Aberystwyth station you've got pretty good warning that train's not coming. But the train didn't arrive, and this isn't acceptable. And as I say, I thought the First Minister was very, very defensive in saying we didn't promise to transform rail in a month. Well, we weren't criticising government for not transforming rail within a month. The point that was being made was that things had gone backwards at quite a rate over a matter of weeks. And it's not too much, I don't think, to expect a Welsh Government to be a little bit contrite and to say, yeah, sorry, things aren't really going as we can. Now, I've learnt a bit over the past few days in terms of reasons that have been given for so many trains being taken out of service. I had to read twice. I thought it was a problem with flat tyres. I know enough about trains that it wasn't that, but flat wheels is a problem. It comes from trains sliding on leaves and so on. So, yes, we recognise that there are problems. And we recognise also, I guess, that there would be teething problems. I support, in principle, having Transport for Wales. So this isn't somehow wishing government to fail, because we want a better rail service. But can you, this afternoon, perhaps accompanied with that apology from Welsh Government to Welsh passengers, tell us what kind of timescale we should be working to now until people can expect that the train service will get back to normal. But considering people wanted a better service, we're looking forward to seeing the end of the last franchise, so we could start a new chapter. Give us the assurances that we need today.
Yeah, can I thank the member for his question? First of all, he makes the assertion that services have gone backward. In fact, despite the recent difficulties, this first 4-week period of the operation of the new franchise, the new contract, has seen higher levels of performance than the equivalent period last year, including punctuality. Now, some Conservatives are here laughing. The fact of the matter is that the previous contract was not fit for purpose. The member is right to identify flattened wheels. Now, what we have discovered, because you asked for the reasons, and I think it is absolutely right that passengers understand the reasons for problems with rail services. Transport for Wales have discovered that, unfortunately, an ageing fleet of trains that they have inherited, an appalling fleet of trains, did not see investment made, which therefore led to a lack of modern technology being adopted on the rolling stock. And this includes, importantly, wheel slide protection. Wheel slide protection is what prevents services from being cancelled or postponed in autumn periods. And the trains were not given the wheel slide protection. Why? Because market forces, the form of capitalism we operate, led to the operator deciding that it would rather have profits than put wheel slide protection on the trains. That will stop. That will stop. By next autumn, every train that Transport for Wales operates will get wheel slide protection. Now, in addition, I've asked for a full appraisal of other reasons why we have seen the disruption on the Wales and Borders network in recent days. I'll be assessing whether it was just down to the wheels or whether there is another contributing factor, such as more leaves on the line than we have found, or whether it was because the trains were poorly maintained in the lead-up to the transfer of the franchise to Transport for Wales. We know that the inheritance of the fleet of trains did not suit passengers as it should have done. The trains themselves are appalling, and these will be replaced in just a matter of months. The first of the replacement trains will be coming on track. The Viva Rail trains, the Geralds and the 769s will all be delivered next year. Every pacer will be removed next year. And as I said, by autumn of next year, every single train will have wheel slide protection fitted. I have to say as well, Deputy Presiding Officer, that I've had reports of dead rats in inspection pits at the point when the franchise was handed over. This is what Transport for Wales have been dealing with. And Transport for Wales, to their credit, have managed to transfer of the rail services, I think, of course, during an incredibly difficult time with unprecedented floods, the worst floods in some parts for 30 years.
Thank you. Russell George.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I have to say, Cabinet Secretary, I've been quite complimentary of the Welsh Government in regards to its rail franchise. I think I'm on record as saying you've been historically, heroically ambitious in regards to the rail franchise. But in doing so, you, of course, set a high bar. And in doing that, you have set expectations of passengers. Now, in the summer, you said that in the coming weeks, you will deliver groundbreaking transformation. And we're now, of course, in month 2 of the new rail franchise and Transport for Wales. And where are we now? We've had the statement from Transport for Wales last night, 2 a.m, which was, I think, appreciated, and I welcome that. It talks about the effects of Storm Callum, but I have to say that the effects of Storm Callum happened right across the UK, and it seems that other areas of the country have bounced back, but we haven't here in Wales. But the update provided no explanation about why priorities are being taken in the way they have. So I'm not so much asking you about why this has happened, but why they have made the priorities that they have. I had a Facebook comment last night of a Dawn Jones who said, please help. Her daughter goes from Newtown to Wrexham College and she's stuck. She can't go for her education. She's pointing out that the service also picks up students in Newtown and Welshpool to go to Shrewsbury College. Well, the 840 from Aberystwyth to Shrewsbury last week was cancelled 4 times out of 5. That's an 80% cancellation rate. And if you look at the cancellation rate in the Valley Lines, it's less than 1%. And the difficulties for passengers are greater where infrequent services are cancelled than where services are frequent. And this is the issue here. So can I ask you a series of questions around priorities? What is the rationale for preventing cancellations on Valley Lines by cancelling services in other areas, which is what is effectively happening? Does Transport for Wales service contract include a different performance requirement for the Valley Lines? And why is it that the Cardiff Bay service is regarded as a higher priority of use per unit than when Cardiff Bus operates a frequent high-capacity bus from Cardiff Central Station to Cardiff Bay? And when Transport for Wales each day makes its planned cancellations, does it take into account the social and economic impact of those issues as well, such as Betws-y-Coed and Tenby, which have year-on-year tourism, or Newtown and Welshpool, where students go to college on an infrequent service? So can I ask finally, will Transport for Wales modify its criteria for prioritising cancellations to ensure that the burden is spread more equally than it is now?
Well, can I thank the member for his question, ensuring that there is no loss of ambition as far as the Transport for Wales rail franchise is concerned. There still will be £800 million spent on new rolling stock, £194 million on station investment. Contrast that with just £600,000 that was spent over the last 15 years. an extra 285 services, 600 new jobs, a 25% reduction in carbon emissions, new services from next spring, replacement rolling stock from next spring. Change is coming, but I do accept that there is frustration amongst passengers and passenger groups. As I said, there have been unprecedented weather conditions, and the member is right that other rail services might not have suffered quite so badly, but that's because probably other rail services had the investment that Arriva Trains Wales rolling stock should have had. And as I've said previously, the wheel sliding protection was not there to prevent trains from being taken offline. There are no arbitrary prioritised cancellations of certain services over others. The prioritisation is based on a number of factors, including the availability of bus replacement services. However, I am conscious of the need to assure people that fair play is being applied across Wales and across all services. I will seek to have Transport for Wales write to all members with the rationale for prioritising service cancellations and replacement services as well.
Thank you. Joyce Watson.
The only thing I want to add, because I'm not going to repeat everything, is that there is an urgency to get to the bottom of what went wrong, and you've identified a few issues, and the urgency is that we don't end up in a situation where the people who have used that service and the people we were hoping would use that service don't get put off and disillusioned, so that the numbers are negatively and significantly affected in an irreversible manner, because we really want people to use the train services that we have and you have invested in and secured agreement to deliver. I am pleased that the company have apologised, and I am personally really sorry that people have been inconvenienced right across my region, as I'm sure you are, Cabinet Secretary. And I suppose that the key question is here. I understand that in some places, like Blaenau Ffestiniog to Llandudno, there are replacement bus services operating. Will those replacement bus services be adequate to replace the missing train services so that people can move around the region in a way that they were hoping they could?
Well, I think Joyce Watson touches on a very important point concerning the integration of various forms of public transport. Joyce talks about the need to ensure that replacement bus services are adequate. Well, I think once I'm able to outline reform to public local bus services and proposals for future legislation, members will be able to appreciate how we'll go about better integrating rail and bus services to ensure that end-to-end points are as seamless as they can possibly, end-to-end travel is as seamless as it can possibly be. I should just point out again that the previous contract was let on the basis of zero passenger growth over a 15-year period, and so consequently, at the point that we inherited an abysmal fleet of trains were already overstretched and over capacity. And during the autumn months, when trains have been damaged, when the wheel sets have been damaged, that has contributed to an exacerbation of capacity issues. It's something that Transport for Wales are dealing with. They've put into train now a programme of remedial works. We're looking at whether additional mitigation options, such as the use of wheel lathes outside of Wales, can be utilised to address the current maintenance backlog. But I would again just say that Storm Callum was unprecedented in many parts of Wales, and I think it would be remiss of me not to put on record my thanks to staff on the network who kept as many services running as possible, and in many cases were involved in some scary incidents where trees were hitting trains, where trains were having to run through pretty significant levels of floodwater.
Andrew Davies.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, I invite you again to apologise, because I noticed that you haven't put an apology on the record yet. But could I seek some clarification in relation to the statement that was put out by Transport for Wales yesterday, a welcome statement to give us an overview of the situation. They talk of, out of the 127 engines available to them, 36 are off the tracks, as it were, in the workshops, in the second paragraph. It then goes on to say, additionally, we currently have 21 units withdrawn from service. So if you put the 36 and the 21 together, you've nearly got half the fleet out of action. Can you confirm that is the case, and that the 769 locomotives that you announced back in July 2017 that were due to enter service in May 2018 are available to the franchise so that they can bolster the fleet, or are we still waiting for those engines to come into service?
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
First of all, in terms of apologies, there should have been an apology long ago for the underinvestment, terrible and historic underinvestment in rail infrastructure in Wales. 1% of funding for what amounts to double-digit percentage of rail track. And it has to be said that we haven't yet found categoric evidence that it's the tracks that have been the problem, but it could well be that a contributing factor is the poor infrastructure that trains are actually operating on. Certainly earlier in the year with a cracked track, that was part of the problem for rail services being cancelled in many parts of Wales. Now, additional rolling stock has, as a consequence of Welsh Government intervention, has been introduced to the network. But we are examining many ways that we can bring additional rolling stock on a short-term basis to Wales, whilst the Viva Rail 769s and Gerald trains are delivered. It's important that people recognise, Deputy Presiding Officer, that Transport for Wales is doing all it can to source additional rolling stock for the network, whilst at the same time working 24/7 to make sure that those trains that have been damaged due to Storm Callum are brought back on the tracks as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Item 4 on our agenda this afternoon, 90-second statements, and the first this week is Sean Gwenllian.
Diolch yn fawr. Mae'r wythnos yma yn rhan o ymgyrch flynyddol y Cenhedloedd Unedig, 16 diwrnod o weithredu yn erbyn trais ar sail rhywedd. Pwrpas yr ymgyrch ydy tynnu sylw'r byd at broblem enfawr trais yn erbyn menywod, gan wthio am weithredu ar lefel leol, genedlaethol a byd eang yn ei erbyn. Mae dewrder a phenderfyniad y wenywod sy'n rhan o fudiadau fel Me Too a Time's Up wedi taflu goleuni ar brofiadau cwbl anerbyniol. Nid problem i Hollywood yn unig yw hwn, wrth gwrs. Mae un ym mhob 4 dynas yng Nghymru a Lloegr wedi profi cam-drin domestig ers ei bod yn 16 oed. Roedd dros 500,000 o fenywod wedi profi ymosodiad rhywiol yn 2016-17. Mae un ym mhob 7 myfyrwraig wedi profi ymosodiad rhywiol neu gorfforol difrifol tra yn y brifysgol. Dewch i ni ddeud heddiw yn hollol ddiamod, ni ddyla unrhyw ddynes na merch yng Nghymru orfod byw mewn ofn o drais neu aflonyddu rhywiol. Ers blynyddoedd mae distawrwydd a stigma wedi peri i drais yn erbyn menywod barhau. Mwyn rhoi terfyn ar drais yn erbyn menywod a merched yng Nghymru, unwaith ac am byth, mae angen adnoddau a gweithredu ar unwaith ac ar raddfa ddigonol i ateb y galw. Ac yn sicr, mae angen rhoi cefnogaeth i bob un dynes a merch yng Nghymru sydd wedi profi'r fath brofiadau erchyll.
Thank you. Mick Anthony.
Dear Proclairydd, this Saturday, November the 24th, Ukraine and the international community mark the day of remembrance of the victims of Stalin's artificial famine of 1932-33, known as the Holodomor, which in Ukrainian means death by hunger. As a Welsh parliamentarian, I will be attending the commemoration in Kiev. It was a famine created by Stalin to enforce collectivization of agriculture and to break Ukrainian resistance to Russian Soviet rule. There were more than 4,000 uprisings against this policy, which were ruthlessly suppressed. In December 1932, the Central Committee of the Communist Party ordered that all grain, including sowing seeds, be seized. Villages that failed to cooperate were blacklisted and deliberately starved to death, and an estimated 1 million people deported to Siberia. An estimated 4 to 6 million perished. It is estimated that around 2/3 of these were children. Precise figures are impossible because Stalin ordered all records to be destroyed. Welsh journalist Gareth Jones, who is honoured in Ukraine, witnessed the Holodomor and was one of the few journalists with the courage to report on the scale of the famine and its causes. Many countries around the world have recognised the Holodomor as an act of genocide. The 9th of December this year is the 70th anniversary of the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, adopted in 1948. This Saturday, members of the Ukrainian diaspora living in Wales and around the world will place lighted candles in their windows in memory of the victims.
Di Lloyd.
As the chair of the cross-party group on vision, I am pleased to note that this week sees the launch of the latest Wales Vision Strategy, and I would urge members to come along to the event in the Oriel between 12 and 1:30 tomorrow lunchtime. Our level of vision has a huge impact on our lives. There are 107,000 people in Wales with sight loss, and this is expected to double over the next 20 years. Blind and partially sighted people each face their own set of challenges every day. Feelings of isolation are unacceptably high, and 1 in 4 blind or partially sighted people of working age has a job only. People with sight loss are more likely to have a fall, are more likely to live in poverty, they are more likely to have depression and have problems with everyday life. We hear of some pretty distressing stories of eye care patients suffering horrendous delays to their treatment, and delays to follow-up care is a major issue across Wales. Just recently, in a report by the Wales Audit Office, we heard that 28,000 eye patients were waiting twice as long as they should be for an appointment. This needlessly puts patients at risk of irreversible blindness and needs to be urgently addressed. Now, I am passionate about making the changes we need, and I would urge members across the chamber to engage with this agenda so that nobody within their area loses their sight from a treatable eye condition, and that we do all that we can to support people with sight loss.
Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is a motion to elect a member to the Assembly Commission. Can I call on a member of the Business Committee to move the motion formally? Thank you. Does any member wish to object? Therefore, the proposal is, and the motion is therefore agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. And then we move on to a motion to elect a member to a committee. And again, can I ask for a member of the Business Committee to move the motion formally, please? Thank you. The proposal is to agree that motion. Does any member object? No. Therefore, the motion is agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. We now move on to item 5 on our agenda, which is a member debate under Standing Order 11.214, further education funding. And I call on Bethan Syed to move the motion. Bethan.
Thank you. I brought this debate today, co-signed by some of my colleagues here, and thank you for doing that. Because further education in Wales has been under pressure and has not been given the level of recognition and central position of importance that it deserves. We believe that further and lifelong education is the key to unlock the potential in the Welsh economy. For too long, further education has been looked down as a lesser option to success than higher education. Government approaches to FE has confirmed this, because the levels of funding and the strategic, joined up and forward-thinking vision in this sector has been lacking, not only recently but for some time, and it's time that that was reversed. We know that during the last Assembly term and this one, further education has been a target for cuts. I know that the Welsh Government points to the UK Government cuts, which, yes, has been difficult, and that has been a political choice. But a choice has been made here too, a political choice by this Welsh Government. Further education has long been viewed as the less prestigious and more junior partner to hire. It's been in some ways an easier target than other sectors for spending constraints. Since 2011-12, there has been a serious real terms reduction in spending, not to mention staggering cuts to part-time courses, mostly taken up by adult students and those in work. Despite these financial constraints, the rising demand for further education and lifelong learning opportunities has been noticeable, as it should be. It's part of the Welsh Government's strategy to upskill our economy, and to do so, they indicate to us, equip our citizens with the skills they'll need to be successful in a modern economy. Yet the truth is, the funding and vision has not been forthcoming. I mention vision for a very specific reason. It's clear that over recent years, there hasn't been the strategic leadership and roadmap for what the Welsh Government actually wants to achieve. We have sound bites and we have statements, but we are still waiting for something long-term, tangible, which delivers strategy to embed colleges and further education into the heart of economic planning and policy. At present, this simply is not the case, and this is what the sector wants and needs. Sometimes the only remedy is more money, but on other occasions and in some sectors, what is also needed and often not provided is clarity of purpose, clarity of direction and leadership. In so many areas of public life, the Welsh Government has singularly failed to do this. I think we can sum up our approach to further education in Wales as being stuck in a catch-22 situation. We need the economy to be better and more productive, with higher wages and skills. How do we do that? By focusing on lifelong learning and upskilling, high-quality vocational education. How do we get there? Well, the last part is left open because, as yet, I don't believe the Welsh Government has decided, nor is it clear in its mind what it wants, despite myriad reviews and evidence which roadmaps way forward. So our motion today aims to reflect the importance which we believe this Parliament and the Government should place on further education. Firstly, there has been a substantial cut to the amount further education receives. Ultimately, the Labour Party is in government here in Wales. This is a devolved field, and it has to take some form of responsibility for what those political decisions they have taken. Of course, money is tight, but there are ways of finding extra money. In 2016, we as a party were the only party to have a 5-year budget plan, independently assessed by Professor Jerry Holtham, who determined that Plaid Cymru's plan to identify over 600 million of savings per year in the Welsh budget was reasonable. We were able to put forward these plans because we were ambitious about reforming our government. So there are always choices to be made. We made a choice with the Welsh Government in recent budget agreements to find extra money for FE. The Government requested that the college sector became less financially reliant on the Welsh Government, and that is something that they were able to achieve, going from a financial reliance of around 2/3 from the block grant to just over half. There are decisions and actions which can be taken. The college sector has demonstrated this by becoming more financially efficient, but the flexibility is now being stretched to the limit. The problem is compounded by the complicated funding formula, which now, as Plaid Shadow Minister, I'm getting to grips with, and the disparate and myriad pots of money, funding streams and programmes which run through the sector. Some people in the sector have told me that compared to what is now a far simpler formula for HE, the FE sector is in need of a long-term overhaul. Whilst government funding has been cut, the FE sector has been asked to deliver a wider range of services and to be more central in delivering on upskilling and productivity. We welcome this. FE colleges are well placed to do this. But the question remains, how much can be feasibly and effectively delivered when factoring in increased demand and less resources? Many of the actions from the Welsh Government's employability plan will fall upon the FE sector. As stated in the plan, achieving the objectives within the plan will require a coordinated and focused effort across the employability network, and this requires partnership between Welsh Government, UK Government, local authorities, universities, further education colleges and so on. This effort will need to embrace flexibility and innovation whilst retaining a relentless focus on improvements and results." End quote. It's notable that every area of Wales is below the UK average in terms of productivity, but the UK average in itself is below many other advanced economies. But how will the demand placed upon the sector as a result of the employability plan be met when the resources are simply not there? I know today that £8 million has been committed by the Welsh Government to ensure some pay parity between FE lecturers and teachers. A strong FE sector needs the best talent available to teach, and that must come with a salary that's reflective of their importance. It is interesting, in fact, that the details of this announcement has been made today in time for this debate. Coincidental or not, it is to be welcomed. I think it's also worth pointing out here that the Further Education Joint Trades Union in Wales has said in the past asked that any increase has to be above RPI and that the Welsh Government recognises 10 years of pay restraint. I hope that's what's being announced today and that will be able to cover those concerns. But we also need to understand that part of the complaint which led to a vote for strike action was not only about raw numbers, but also about a workload which has risen, is rising and set to rise further, with pay and resources not being reflective of that. Our final point urges what I think all of us in this chamber, regardless of party, recognise, that FE has not been given the prominence in policy making it requires and deserves, and which this country needs if we're going to have an economy that succeeds. The frustrating thing for many of us is that I think the Welsh Government knows this. I believe the Minister was right on the money when, as part of her campaign for Labour leader in Wales, she said that upskilling and the wider skills agenda has to be a focus of the Welsh Government. And I don't believe that it is currently, and I don't think that she thinks that it is currently, judging by her comments to the BBC. I think that this statement yesterday regarding further education funding also proves this. Another missed opportunity, another piecemeal bit of reform. The Welsh Government's own employability plan shows they are aware of the scale of the challenge because it says, and I quote, "The Governor of the Bank of England has calculated that more than 15 million jobs in the UK are at risk as a result of automation. This translates to around 700,000 jobs in Wales over the next 2 decades. The Centre of Cities think tank suggests that we need to replace 110,000 jobs in Wales by 2030 as a result of automation. When we look at the reviews which have taken place in recent years into financing, the Hazelcorn Review into the long-term funding future, reports on innovation, we see a roadmap which has been laid out reasonably well for the Welsh Government. What is lacking is the strategic initiative to gather these separate pieces together and make them whole. And we cannot continue to wait any longer. Other countries are recognising the importance of FE and lifelong learning and have structures in place which place the sector at the forefront of their economic strategies. It's noticeable, for example, in the Basque Country. It's one of the highest per capita regions of Europe, but it got there because of the importance it placed on education. It has focused investment on innovation and research and skills in the round. With skills plans, its 4th skill plan, which ties in the education system together as one, with planning, guidance and funding running through from pupils aged 14 onwards. In Wales, as I noted earlier and yesterday, we've had announcements around the FE sector being more engaged with regional skills partnerships, which the Welsh Government seemed to acknowledge were not up to the task to play the central role they need because of the fact that they announced that they needed to have an independent advisor to be appointed to help with the way forward. The contrast is truly striking. The Education Secretary has said that she hopes that a major overhaul of further education can take place before the end of this Assembly term. I don't hope that it can be realised. I think it must be realised. This is necessary to plan strategically for the way forward. Now, as I said, we are in a catch-22 situation in the Welsh economy. At some point, we're going to need to make a decision on how we make real economic progress, because our citizens are not going to put up with another 2 decades of managed decline. I've said in this chamber in the past that at the outset of devolution, our GDP was comparable to that of the Republic of Ireland. Now, we're not even in that country's rear-view mirror anymore. There is such a thing as damaging through doing nothing. I think what we would like to see is a commitment to bring in the strategic vision and leadership that the sector wants and needs, to protect funding and prioritise for real-term increases, to plan education and skills so that it is intertwined with our economic needs, to increase investment in innovation, to decide where we want to go as a nation. What is our USP? Where do we want to invest our skills for the future? What do we want to achieve? How can we make our businesses more commercially viable, create more entrepreneurs and keep the people and their ideas here in Wales, promoting Wales, working in Wales? We are willing to work with the Welsh Government, but they now need to step up to the plate and deliver in this sector.
Thank you. Mohamed Asghar.
Deputy Presiding Officer, further education colleges are an essential part of our education system. They provide a range of lifelong learning opportunities, from vocational and technical education basic skills to academics and higher level qualifications. Given that developing the skills base of the Welsh workforce is crucial for growing the Welsh economy, you would think that adequately funding further education would be a key priority for the Welsh Government. But this is not the case. Under Welsh Government, or Welsh Labour Government, the further education sector has been chronically underfunded for many years. The budget for further education provision will be reduced from just under £401 million in 2018 to less than £396 million in 2019-2020. The Audit Office states that grant funding in the sector has fallen by 13% in real terms between 2012 to 2017. Within 5 years, Minister, it has reduced by 13%. Staggering figure. Funding for part-time courses has dropped by 71% over the same period. The effect on part-time student number has been dramatic. The number of part-time learners at further education institutions fell from over 85,280 in 2014-15 to just over 65,345 in 2015-2016. This is a decline in number of nearly a quarter. In response to the Welsh Government underfunding, colleges have tried various ways to generate income from their sources. And they have won praises from doing so. The Welsh Audit Office review of 2017 praised colleges on how resilient and entrepreneurial they have been in bringing their own commercial income. They said, quote, "The sector has shown resilience, maintaining cash reserves and liquidity and generating underlying surpluses each year," quote close. I fully support colleges increasing and developing their commercial income and congratulate them for their success in doing so. However, the fact remains that Welsh Government grant is the majority source of reliable income for colleges. And that source at present does not meet the needs of the sector. The Welsh Government own national strategy states its aim to, the quote start, instill in everyone a passion to learn throughout their lives, inspiring them with the ambition to be the best they can possibly be. Quote close. It is clear that as far as further education is concerned, it is the Welsh Government itself that lack ambition. Wales need a few further education funding formula. The current budget offers little support for ongoing development in further education. We need a formula that avoids further core funding cuts to colleges and meets the needs of the sector both now and in the future. One in line with the Welsh Government's own key priorities of jobs, skills, high-level growth, lifelong and adult learning. This, I believe, would go a long way to improving morale of the staff working in further education institution. I was contacted recently by a constituent who works in the sector. He points out that many of his colleagues earn less in real terms than they did in 2008. Over 10 years ago, his income was more than what he's earning now. Some have had to take second jobs to support their families. Others have left the sector totally for more lucrative employments in other fields. So that is an experience and learned of, lecturers and tutors and teachers. They're leaving the sector because of financial reason. That is totally unacceptable. As a result, my constituent says there was severe shortage of applicants for positions requiring specialist skills such as constructions and engineering lecturers in Wales. Deputy Presiding Officer, we can call all support and laudable aim of the Welsh Government with regards to further education. But unless the sector is properly funded, their aim will not be achieved. Unless further education in Wales receives the funding it needs and deserves, it will not be the catalyst of change that we desperately need. Another area which I would like to mention to the Minister...
No, you need to wind up. You're running out of time.
That Afro-Caribbean, disabled people, LGBT and others are also need to be put into the further education, and poverty, finally, should not be the barrier for education. Thank you.
Vicky Howells.
Welsh further education colleges are critical players in the economy of Wales, and as Coleg Cymru have reminded us, their annual economic impact to the local business community is no less than £4 billion. And in addition to this contribution, they undoubtedly have a crucial strategic role to play in future-proofing the economy in Wales. In Prosperity for All, the Welsh Government sets out how it will build an economy based on strong foundations, focusing on the industries of the future and empowered regions, how inclusive growth will be used to narrow ingrained inequalities as well as our wealth and well-being improves. But as the Minister for Welsh Language and Lifelong Learning reminded us just yesterday, for the Welsh Government to build an economy that works for everyone, the FE sector must be at the heart of this agenda. And it's easy to see that in terms of a whole range of challenges Wales faces, the FE sector provides the answers and solutions. For example, around a month ago, we debated the Economy Committee's report on the future of the Welsh economy. During this inquiry, we took evidence that low-skilled workers, and women in particular, are likely to be at risk from automation and AI. In consequence, we recommended that retraining and upskilling should be at the heart of the Government's lifelong learning policy. This is an area where the FE sector is well placed to make that central contribution, and moreover, one where it can help shape what the nature of that future should be. As Professor Richard Davis suggested, we need to develop a triangular system of exchange between FE, employers and HE. And this could involve the sector having to make some difficult decisions. They may not be popular ones. For example, colleges may have to decide to focus on the ICT skills that we desperately need for the future. And the expansion of areas of teaching like Coleg Cymru's really exciting work around sustainable construction. But these could be at the expense of other popular teaching areas. But in choosing which courses to focus upon and prioritise, we really must bear in mind the best interests of the economy and of our country. So I welcome the Minister's comments yesterday that her officials have been working to better align provision with regional skills partnerships. This is key to clear employment progression, escaping low-paid work and ensuring that provision meets the needs of local employers. Adult community learning is another area where the FE sector has an important part to play. Now, much good work is already taking place, but I would like to see more partnership working with adult community education, more outreach to the most challenging communities, more liaising at the coalface to ensure the hardest to reach are brought into the learning environment. I know the Minister spoke about the changes in terms of part-time provision, which may be especially important here. Of course, achieving these goals relies on FE being properly funded. In the new 21st Century Coleg Cymru campus in Aberdare, there's a very visible symbol of the Welsh Government's commitment to this. And the Minister referred yesterday to additional money being made available to the sector. Of course, none of this can be delivered without a supportive workforce who in turn feel supported and valued. From this perspective, I welcome the announcement from the Welsh Government yesterday on pay. It's an important step forward and welcome news that funding will be provided so that FE lecturers will receive a pay award equivalent to school teachers. Importantly, this will also be extended to those crucial supporting staff like technicians and instructor demonstrators too. This is a crucial intervention, I think, from Welsh Government. Along with my colleagues Mick Antoniv and Hefin David, I've been in discussions with UCU members at Coleg Cymru, and I would hope this action would go some way to showing staff just how much they are valued, how respected their work and contribution is. Of course, we cannot undo the impact on the sector of the austerity obsession of the UK Government. Wales is effectively £4 billion worse off as a result of the UK Government's austerity agenda, and there is no doubt that funding for FE has suffered as a result. But we can work together with the sector to achieve our shared goals, and we can only achieve prosperity for all if we continue investing in FE.
Thank you. Di Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Deirdre Lywydd, ac mae'n bleser cymryd rhan yn y ddadl bwysig yma, ac sydd yn rhoi llwyfan i ni allu trafod cyllido addysg bellach yma yng Nghymru. Dwi'n llongyfarch Bethan ar ddod ar cynnig ger bron ac hefyd am ei holl waith yn y cefndir i wireddu y beth da ni wedi weld yn y cynnig sydd o'n blaen ni. Cyn mynd ymlaen, mae'n bwysig hefyd i dalu teyrngad fel mae eraill wedi wneud i'r gwaith clodwiw sy'n cael ei wneud yn y maes yn gwahanol golegau addysg bellach. O'n i yn coleg gwyr wrsos dwytha yn Nhŷ Coch, Abertawe, ac o'n i'n rhyw 2 fis yn ôl hefyd, ac mae rhaid dweud mae yna waith fendigedig yn mynd ymlaen, yn enwedig yng Ngholeg Gwyr, achos mae dan nhw gynolfan yma sydd yn addysgu'r sawl sydd efo awtistiaeth. Ac mae yn adnodd bendigedig arloesol y deud y gwir sydd rhoi digon o amser tawel un pobl ifanc ni gyda awtistiaeth i allu cael addysg weithiau am y tro cyntaf. Hynny yw, dod fewn i'r system addysg am y tro cyntaf mewn awyrgylch sydd yn hynod ddeniadol iddyn nhw efo'r beth sydd gyda nhw yn y cefndir a'r holl broblemau maen nhw wedi bod trwyddo fe, ac mae yna adnodd bendigedig gyda staff bendigedig sydd rhoi'r amser a'r teilyngdod i'r gwahanol heriau sydd gyda'n pobl ifanc ni sydd gyda cyflwr awtistiaeth. A mae yna ragolygon bod y gwaith bendigedig nes yn mynd ymlaen yn Coleg Gwyr yn dod ac yn blodeuo. Ac mae'r y lle yn ehangu y darpariaeth go gyfer hynna. Ac mae hynna'n fater pwysig yn hermau sgiliau. Da ni'n sôn am gryfhau a rhoi dyfodol gwirioneddol i'n pobl ifanc ni, beth bynnag yw ei cefndir a beth bynnag yw i gwahanol heriau gwasanaeth iechyd nhw hefyd. Felly mae yna waith rhyfeddol yn mynd ymlaen, a mae eisiau tynnu sylw hynna, yr holl bwyslais a'r holl bwysau yn y cefndir, wrth gwrs, ynglyn â cyllido, a'r pwysau sydd ar cyllido. Ac fel mae'r darn cyntaf o'r cynnig ma'n deud, mae'r cynnig yn deud, da ni'n grysynu bod cyllid ar gyfer addysg bellach wedi bod o dan bwysau sylweddol dros y blynyddoedd dwytha o ganlyniad i doriadau cyllidebol. Wel, mater o ffaith ydy hynna. Dwi'n yn credu sy'n neb yn cwmpa allan yn herma hynna, a mae hwnna'n osodiad synhwyrol iawn i roi ger bron, a dwi'n yn credu sy'n neb yn dadla efo hynna. Wrth gwrs, da ni yn mynegu pryder, fel mae rhan arall o'r cynnig ma'n deud, mynegu pryder bod staff mewn syfleadau addysg bellach yn ystyried mynd ar streic dros gyflogau anigonol fel maen nhw'n ni gweld, a hefyd y pryderon da ni wedi clywed amdanyn nhw eisoes ynglyn â llwythi gwaith trwm. Yn y cyd-destun, fel dwi wedi dweud eisoes yn hermau Coleg Gwyr, bod yna waith bendigedig yn mynd ymlaen. Mae yna bobl yn gweithio yn galed iawn dros ddyfodol ein pobl ifanc ni. Achos ar ddiwedd y dydd, da ni yn sôn, fel mae Bethan wedi dweud eisoes, yn gosod y sefyllfa allan mewn ffordd mor glir y braw yma. Da ni'n sôn am sgiliau, yr agenda sgiliau, ac yn y pen draw, da ni'n sôn am swyddi un pobl ifanc. Chod, mae'n dal yn her sylweddol un pobl ifanc ni i gael swyddi i ddechrau, i gael troed yn y farchnad yna, i gael swydd am y tro cyntaf. Ac mae'n hanfodol bwysig bod yn cael yr holl gefnogaeth i gyrraedd y sefyllfa yna i wneud hynna. Ac ie, mae angen gweledigaeth glir ar ran y Llywodraeth fel mae Bethan wedi nodi eisoes. Achos hefyd ar y gorwel, fel da ni gyd yn gwybod, da ni'n gwybod bod ariannu addysg bellach yn dod o nifer o wahanol ffynhonnau. Wrth gwrs, mae yna her sylweddol i'r ffrwd na sydd yn dod o Ewrop nawr, achos wrth gwrs, fel da ni gyd yn gwybod bellach, os ni'n gobeithio bod ni Brexit ger bron, a mae yna heriau sylweddol i beth sy'n digwydd efo oriannu o unrhyw ffynhonnell Ewropeaidd sydd yn mynd tuag at ein colegau addysg bellach ni. Mae yna her sylweddol o fanna. Da ni'n edrych ymlaen, wrth gwrs, i weld bod yr addewidion ynglŷn â chyllido Ewropeaidd yn dod i'r sector yma, sawl sector arall yng Nghymru oedd yn arfer dod o dan gronfeydd Ewropeaidd, yn cael ei gwireddu, a bod yr un math o bres yn mynd i ddod un colega addysg bellach, a maen nhw wedi bod yn cael o dan adnoddau Ewropeaidd yn y gorffennol. Ond i grynhoi felly, dwi'n falch iawn i gyfarch Bethan yn ei gwaith caled tu ôl y llenni yma'n hyn yn dod ar cynnig mae ger bron, a swn i'n annog pob un ohonoch chi i gefnogi'r cynnig. Diolch yn fawr.
Dawn Bowden.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I just say, if only life were as simple as this motion seeks to suggest, if only we could pass motions that then delivered money to fund our many public services, but life never is that easy, unfortunately, because from what I know, and in spite of what the UK Prime Minister states, it is clear that austerity is not over and is the shadow that continues to hang over us. And the pressures of austerity still fall on our public services, and hard choices have to be made. But contrary to what the mover of the motion asserted, amongst the choices made by this Welsh Government is the drive to improve our economy and to support the skills development to help achieve that aim. And I'm pleased to see that the further education sector is at the heart of that agenda to build a Welsh economy that can work for everyone. I've seen that agenda being put to work in my own constituency of Merthyr Tydfil and Rumney, where we have an excellent facility in Merthyr College, delivering a range of both academic and vocational opportunities. Thousands of people benefiting from the investment in skills programmes, helping to transform life opportunities. It shows the depth and range of the commitment of this Welsh Government to work with the further education sector, assisted in so many ways by the funding from the European Union, to ensure that post-16 education is delivering what both learners and employers are looking for. But, of course, there are still challenges in helping people to make the right choices, or choices that don't necessarily fit the stereotype, but do draw on the untapped talents that people have. For example, in Merthyr, and I know I've discussed this previously with the Minister, I have to say that it would be good if we could see more women become engineers rather than hairdressers, or that more men became carers rather than builders, because we know that making the right choices on skills and learning can open the doors to better employment opportunities and better wages. So the sector has to strike the right balance between the choice of learners and the need of local employers, and I therefore welcome the move for the skills partnerships to help decide on both the needs and the opportunities that these provide. And given the challenge in some of our Valais communities, I welcome the research that the Minister announced yesterday into a deprivation uplift. Because I do think that an additional helping hand is sometimes required in order to intervene, break cycles of deprivation, and to help improve social mobility. Skills and learning are the key to this. Finally, can I welcome the decision that the Welsh Government has made to provide funding to help with the pay award for teaching and support staff in further education. Hopefully this will help to avoid the pay dispute from escalating. Because I've been concerned with the way in which things have been going around the FE pay negotiations. I've been concerned that FE lecturers would be losing out compared to school sixth form teachers, and I've been concerned that FE support staff would be losing out compared to both lecturers and teachers in relation to their pay awards. And as Vicky Howells said, schools and colleges can't operate without support staff, and yet it's that group, amongst the lowest paid in the sector, that have been on course for another standstill pay deal and have become a political football in the college's funding battle with Welsh Government. And in my discussions with their union, Unison, I know that they are now looking for parity of treatment in pay awards between lecturing and support staff, because further education providers depend on their whole staff team to deliver the best outcomes. But I'm also clear that we don't resolve pay disputes by passing motions in this Senedd. That's a matter for the employers and the trade unions. And given yesterday's announcement, I hope that both sides can now come together to resolve the pay dispute, which has clearly gone on for too long. With the Minister's statement yesterday, I believe Welsh Government has shown its clear commitment to further education and its importance to our economy, and that should be welcomed by everyone.
Alan Jones. Beth. I'd like to thank everyone involved in tabling this important debate today.
Our further education colleges are an essential link in the education chain, and it is vital that we ensure they are properly funded and adequately resourced. I've had the pleasure to work closely with Gower College in my region, which is a large further education college with over 4,500 full-time and 10,000 part-time learners from across the region. The atmosphere in Gower College is second to none, and pupils are encouraged to be the very best they can be. Some pupils have autism, and the lecturers work extremely hard to give pupils the necessary support they need according to their needs. They achieved amazing things. The college boasts the largest A-level cohort in Wales, with over 1,500 students studying a range of almost 50 different A-level subjects. Gower College, like all further education colleges, play a vital role in educating our young people and providing lifelong learning opportunities for people of all ages. It is therefore concerning that funding cuts are threatening this essential role. Our FE colleges are facing increasing demand from government and yet have continued to have their budgets slashed. The FE sector provides a service just as valuable as that provided by our schools. Yet, unlike schools, their budgets aren't protected. And it's the staff who have to bear the brunt of those cuts. College lecturers are left struggling after years of poor pay increases. FE lecturers play as valuable a role as teachers, yet are not being treated the same. Many lecturers have reported being unable to pay their rent or forced to take on second jobs just to make ends meet. Staff at one college regularly reported skipping meals because they couldn't afford it. It is little wonder that FE staff have voted to go on strike. This puts the colleges in an impossible situation. Their funding has been cut drastically in recent years, an overall cut of 6% in 2015-16, which also saw part-time funding cut in half. In the past 7 years, FE sector funding has increased by virtual nothing, yet their costs, which includes pay awards, has increased by over 12.5%. Colleges' contributions to pensions is set to rise by around 40% next year. It is therefore essential that the Welsh Government, at the very least, agrees to Colegau Cymru's demand for an immediate increase of 3.5% for the FE sector. I welcome the Minister's statement yesterday, which announced that funding will be made available to fund a pay award commensurate with teachers. However, as always, we wait for the detail. I look forward to seeing college lecturers and staff receiving a 3.5% pay rise. But given the Minister's comments about improved methodology for FE funding, I wait to see the detail, as the Minister didn't indicate increased funding. But colleges such as Gower College are invaluable, and we cannot afford to lose them. It's time to reverse the cuts and ensure that colleges and those that staff them are properly funded and fairly treated. I urge members to support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call the Minister for Welsh Language and Lifelong Learning, Lenny Morgan?
Wel, diolch yn fawr a diolch i'r aelod nath cyflwyno'r ddadl a'r rheini sydd wedi cyfrannu hefyd. Gai wneud un glir mod i fel cymaint ohonoch chi yn flin fod ein gwasanaethau cyhoeddus gan gynnwys addysg bellach wedi bod o dan bwysau sylweddol dros yr ychydig flynyddoedd diwetha. Mae rhaid i mi danlinellu wrth gwrs mae agenda cynni Llywodraeth Toriedd y Deyrnas Unedig sydd yn gyfan gwbl gyfrifol am hyn, ac mae hyn wedi atal posibiliadau i ni fynd ymhellach na fydden ni wedi hoffi mynd i gynnal a chefnogi y sector pwysig yma. Ac wrth gwrs mod i'n ymwybodol dros ben o'r ffigurau nath Mohamed Ashgar cyflwyno gynnau. Mae'n bwysig yn bod ni'n cydnabod bod y sector addysg bellach yn gwneud cyfraniad pwysig i economi Cymru, ac mae'r sector mewn lot gwell cyflwr na'r system addysg bellach dros y ffin. Fel canlyniad i'r toriadau, Mae rhaid i ni sicrhau ein bod yn gwneud y mwyaf o'r arian sydd gyda ni, ac yn bod ni'n darparu gwasanaeth ar draws Cymru mewn ffordd teg. A dyma un o'r resymau pam ein bod ni wedi newid y ffordd byddwn ni'n ariannu ac yn cytuno i raglenni cynllunio effeithiol, fel ein bod ni'n ymateb i newidiadau demograffig ac yn ymateb i anghenion yr economi lleol. I ni wedi neilldio 7 miliwn punt yn ychwanegol yng nghyllideb drafft 2019 a 20 i gefnogi'r sector addysg bellach i fynd i'r afal a'r newidiadau o ran demograffeg. Nawr, mae'r datganiad heddi yn sôn am y galw ychwanegol fydd yn dod fel canlyniad i'r rhaglen cyflogadwyedd. Nawr, un o'r pethau oedd yn glir yn y rhaglen cyflogadwyedd oedd bod angen i ni gynyddu y nifer o gyrsiau sy'n ymateb i'r galw o'r cyflogwyr. A fel canlyniad, fyddai'n gwneud syniad i'r colygau i roi blaenoriaeth i rhain dros cyrsiau eraill maen nhw'n darparu heddiw, yn y ffordd nath Dawn Bowden sicrhau bod hi wedi amlinellu. Ond mae rhaid pwysleisio bod rhain yn gyrff annibynnol bod nhw yn cael eu hariannu yn sylweddol gan Lywodraeth Cymru. I think it's also worth stressing that it's not just the responsibility of the Welsh Government to upskill and to uptrain the workforce. Employers also need to put their hands in their pockets, because it's the employers who will ultimately benefit from improved productivity, and we need to see the employers step up in terms of preparing and training and really investing in their own workers. We are looking and trying to learn from the examples of the Basque Country, so we're keeping a close eye on what's happening there and seeing if we can learn from their examples. Dwi ddim eisiau ailadrodd y pwyntiau nes I ddoi, felly fyddwn ni'n argymell I bobl darllen y datganiad os ych chi eisiau gwybod mwy am y ffordd fyddwn ni'n cyllido colegau addysg bellach yn y dyfodol. Our FE sector is, I think, one that we should be proud of. The Skills Show in Birmingham, managed by World Skills UK, took place last week. And I'm pleased to announce that indicative figures show that Team Wales have brought home a total of 51 medals, including 14 gold, 20 silver, 12 bronze and 6 highly commended. And this is an increase on the previous year. And I'm also delighted to say that we have 4 Welsh colleges in the top 10 in the Provider League: Coleg Cambria, Grŵp Llandrillo Menai, Coleg Gwent and Coleg Gower College Swansea. And I think that quality mark is something that we're really looking for in terms of our colleges, really making sure that we are improving our standards year on year. And colleges never cease to be innovative in terms of curriculum design, and we need them always to be looking for new and better ways to deliver provision. And it's clear that staff in further education institutions have been under a considerable amount of pressure over the last few years, and I'd like to thank them for their continued support and their passion and dedication to the learners in their care. We, of course, have been closely monitoring the FE pay negotiations that are currently underway. And whilst these negotiations remain the responsibility of Welsh FE colleges directly with the unions through the umbrella body of Colegau Cymru, I am pleased to announce that myself and the Cabinet Secretary for Education wrote to the Chair of Colegau Cymru to announce that we would be supporting a pay increase not only for the teaching staff, as I mentioned yesterday, but also for the support staff. So we'll be providing 3.2 million in 2018-19 and 4.8 million in 2019-20, subject, of course, to the passage and approval of the Welsh Government's final budget 2019-20. The Welsh Government has been able to provide additional help and support for pay in 2018-19 and 19-20, recognising that these are exceptional circumstances following the UK Government's decision to ignore its own 1% pay cap for public sector workers and to make up to a 3.5% pay award for teaching staff. We're pleased that that now has been corrected by the Welsh Government. And I want to give my thanks to the entire FE sector for their resilience and flexibility through what's been an extraordinarily difficult time. The sector plays a vital role in delivering the skills and training that our learners need to address the demands of our economy. Our message is clear. We are committed to providing the very best education system we can for learners of all ages. But as a government, we'll be voting against this resolution because it fails to note that the funding cuts have been caused by Tory austerity. Secondly, we don't accept that extra pressure has been put on FE colleges as a result of the employability plan. We're suggesting that they reprioritise the provision they're offering to respond to labour market demands. And thirdly, we're pleased that we've been able to support FE staff, both lecturers and support staff, in terms of their pay claims, and we hope that this will help to avoid industrial actions. And finally, whilst we agree we would not want to see any further reduction in the amount of funding received by FE due to its key role in shaping the skills of tomorrow, we can't give this commitment whilst we have a Tory government which is determined to follow through on its austerity agenda. Diolch.
Thank you. Can I call on Bethan Sayed to reply to the debate?
Diolch. Thank you everybody who's taken part, and from what I can gather, we've got a consensus in the fact that we all support further education, that we all want to see it prioritised. I guess where we differ is in our politics and in our analysis as to the prioritisation that it has for the Welsh Government. I recognise, and I did recognise, the investment that has been put into the staffing issues, but of course this isn't a new thing. Since I've been elected in 2007, there has been continuously pay disputes in relation to FE terms and conditions, in terms of workload. So I genuinely hope that this will be able to stop any future potential action, and that we can all work together to ensure that the sector does have the respect that it deserves. Because we know from what Caroline Jones has said, from what Mohammed Ashkar has said, from what Di Lloyd has said, the pressure is being felt on the ground in the everyday realities of the colleges that are in our constituencies. Lecturers and tutors and staff are coming to us and telling us how much they feel stressed by the current situation, how they're leaving the sector, how they feel that they cannot commit to the sector that they love so dearly and are going to jobs anew. We cannot see this as sustainable to the future. We have to ensure that those staff stay and remain in the further education sector. Now, I think I should bring up the point that Dawn Bowden made about the fact that this is at the heart of the Welsh economy. If it was at the heart of the Welsh economy, then the Minister just in front of you wouldn't have said that it wasn't at the heart of what the Welsh Government was doing, especially in relation to lifelong learning. If it was at the heart of what the Welsh Government is doing, I wouldn't have needed to have brought this debate to the floor of this chamber here today. I don't want to have to say that these cuts are happening, but they are, and it is a matter of prioritisation, not only for the UK Government, but for Welsh Government too, as to where they allocate those funds. And since I've been elected in 2007, that prioritisation has not happened. If it's going to turn around now, that's great. But I was on the Economic Committee this morning, and said that our productivity levels are still really very low. That is not a sign of putting the further education colleges at the heart of our economy here in Wales. Diolch I Di Lloyd sydd wedi dweud yn blwmp ac yn blaen pa mor bwysig yw y sector yma I ni, ac wedi mynd I coleg gwyr yn fy ardal I hefyd, ac yn ardal Caroline Jones sydd wedi dweud am y gwaith arbennig sydd yn cael ei gwneud gyda pobl gyda awtistiaeth yn yr ardal yma. Beth sydd yn bwysig yw caniatáu i'r colegau I gallu arloesi ac I gallu helpu sectorau gwahanol o gymdeithas I gallu esblygu ac I datblygu yn hynny o beth. Oscar, you mentioned diversity, and I think that's really important. We have to ensure that we encourage people from all walks of life to be able to upskill and to take part in our further education structures. We were at the Forest campus last week, where we met with young entrepreneurs from different walks of life. And sometimes if you grow up in some communities of Wales, you might not necessarily think about starting a business. You might not necessarily think about how you could be innovative in that regard. So I think that was a really inspiring inspiring event that we held to try and see how we can keep that expertise here in Wales and how we can develop that to the future. Vicky Howells, hefyd, you spoke about what the Welsh Government has done. You spoke about the investment in your area, and I think that's really important. You also mentioned funding and support staff and the fact that you met with UCU members, and I think that's really important as well, so that we ensure that our engagement with trade unions are alive and well. And in the tiny time that I have left, I'll mention Caroline Jones, and you also mentioned visiting Gower College. Gower College has had quite a lot of headlines here today, and the respect that you had for the work that was being committed there. So thank you everybody for taking part in the debate, and I hope this is first of many in relation to further education here.
Thank you. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? Okay, we refer voting under this item until voting time. Item 6 on our agenda is a debate on the Standards of Conduct Committee report, Creating the Right Culture. And I call on the Chair of the committee to move the motion, Jane Bryant.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. The National Assembly for Wales must lead the way in ensuring it's clear that inappropriate behaviour has no place in our society. The committee's report marks an important step towards creating the kind of environment in which we all want to work. As a committee, we were keen to highlight that it can sometimes be simple things that break down barriers and bring about change. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the committee members, including Llywyd Griffith and Paul Davis, who have since left, for their hard work and determination to ensure that every effort was made to come up with recommendations that will bring about real change. We know that this report does not produce all the answers, but it is an important step forward for this institution. I'd also like to thank everyone who gave evidence to the inquiry. Some of this evidence was gathered in a confidential environment, and we're incredibly grateful for the people sharing their experiences and expertise. I'd also like to thank everybody for their patience for the time it's taken. We have acted to make changes such as incorporating the dignity and respect policy as soon as we could, but we felt it was incumbent on us to ensure we received the widest possible evidence to inform our report. Over the last few years, there's been extensive coverage about inappropriate behaviour and sexual harassment across society. People from a wide range of sectors have spoken about their experiences of inappropriate behaviour in the workplace. In 2016, the TUC and Everyday Sexism Project conducted a survey which found that 52% of women have experienced sexual harassment at work. And it's very worrying that 79% of these women did not tell their employer. The #MeToo hashtag, a step which has allowed people across the globe to speak out and voice their concerns, has demonstrated the need for change is undeniable. Politics is certainly no exception. As elected politicians, we have a responsibility to ensure that we set the highest examples and standards to wider society. It's imperative that every one of us takes responsibility. We must not tolerate inappropriate behaviour within our institution, and it must be called out wherever we see it. This is the very least we can do. The committee made 21 recommendations in the report, which are intended to raise the bar. Listening to those who gave evidence to us left us in no doubt that things must change. We're intending to put in place a number of improvements that will make the complaints process more accessible and tailored to address the needs of people who want to raise concerns. These include the right of appeal and a longer timeframe for complaints to be made. We must have a system which enables and empowers people to come forward and raise concerns, instead of unintentionally placing barriers in front of them. The system has to be flexible so that people are assured that their individual concerns will be treated sensitively. We're also working on proposals to change the Code of Conduct. The committee believe that more can be done to make sure people know what they should expect from us. The Code was produced following the expenses scandal at Westminster and explicitly took account of the rules on financial propriety. While the Code encapsulates complaints around the dignity and respect by requiring members to act with personal honour and integrity, we feel there should be clarity regarding what type of behaviour breaches the Code. The committee is pleased that the Assembly Commission has responded positively to our recommendations and that it shares our vision of an inclusive Assembly free from harassment. The committee look forward to the Commission's update on how these recommendations are progressing. The committee is grateful to the Assembly Commission for the recent updates which highlighted the work of the contact officers, which have now been in place since May. It's evident that individuals are approaching them for support and guidance through the available complaints processes. Members will understand that no details were shared due to confidentiality, but it was encouraging to hear that this additional service is now being accessed. The committee were also pleased to learn that following evidence to our inquiry, additional support has been provided to the Independent Standards Commissioner's Office. Assembly Commission staff have been working with the Standards Commissioner and have now secured an additional secondee to support the office. This brings a greater gender balance to the office, something that is hoped will encourage people to feel more comfortable talking about any issues of concern. It also means that more efficient and effective fact-finding and investigative work can take place, assisting the Commissioner in progressing often complex cases. The committee recommends to the Commission that consideration is given on how people can report anonymously. We believe the evidence from the higher education sector shows that rather than pursue a formal complaint, people sometimes prefer a tool which allows them to register an incident online. This could also aid identification of an individual's pattern of behaviour. However, the committee recognises concerns over anonymous reporting and we're clear that a just process must be maintained during the formal investigation of a complaint. The committee acknowledges that it's necessary to inform the accused and difficult to maintain anonymity in such instances. The committee recommends that the Ministerial Code be placed under investigative remit of the Standards Commissioner. We felt those wanting to make a complaint relating to an Assembly member would benefit from a single point of contact. There would be no need to consider which role was being undertaken at the time the inappropriate action occurred. The First Minister considered and rejected this recommendation as he feels the independent oversight system he is introducing will add sufficient separation. The committee recognises this is consistent with the approaches of many other governments, but we did feel this was an opportunity to add clarity and full independence to the system. I note there will be a written statement on this shortly, which the committee will consider with interest. Cultural change cannot happen overnight. It takes time and commitment, and this report is not a final position. The committee wants to make it clear that we need everybody's help to shape environment based on dignity and respect. In this report, we have sought to act where we have seen action was needed. We're open to suggestions on how to improve, and we're determined to get this right. We ask that everybody works with us because together we must ensure the Assembly as an institution sets the highest example.
Paul Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. And can I put on record my sincere thanks to the clerks of the Standards of Conduct Committee for their hard work throughout this inquiry and producing this report. Creating the right culture in any workplace is imperative to a conducive and effective working environment, and I believe that all parties in this chamber are committed to nurturing that environment. Therefore, I am pleased to have sat on the Standards of Conduct Committee for the duration of this inquiry, and I hope that the publication of this report brings us a step closer to promoting a culture of dignity and respect within the Assembly. I believe this is a good report, and I am therefore disappointed that in responding to this report, the Welsh Government has rejected the recommendation for the First Minister to refer complaints regarding government ministers to the Office of the Standards Commissioner, so that the Commissioner can subsequently report to the relevant body. I think the rejection of this recommendation sadly sends the statement that there is one rule for Assembly members and one rule for government ministers. And to be perfectly frank, I don't think that this will wash with the people of Wales. The Assembly must do everything that it can to instil public confidence in its procedures, and I believe that by rejecting this recommendation, the Welsh Government is sending a statement that the First Minister will deal with his own inner circle behind closed doors and away from any independent scrutiny. The Welsh Government's rationale behind rejecting the recommendation explains that where a minister was clearly acting in a capacity as an Assembly member when the alleged misconduct occurred, the First Minister would, under those circumstances, consider it appropriate for the Standards Commissioner to handle the matter. Well, surely government ministers are always government ministers, and I think the people of Wales will struggle to understand when a minister has clocked off, so to speak, and is only conducting business in their role as an Assembly member. Surely it would be simpler to understand and easier for the public if initial complaints and investigations were dealt with by the Independent Standards Commissioner. The Welsh Government will no doubt argue that this isn't the case for other parliaments, but the Assembly doesn't always have to follow other legislatures. There is nothing to stop us from setting our own agenda on this matter. Now, one of the focuses of the report is to ensure that individuals feel empowered to come forward with concerns or complaints. And I know that as a committee we took evidence on this subject. The overwhelming message received was that at present the current culture did not adequately support complainants or encourage people to come forward with complaints and concerns. In response to that, I know that the Assembly Commission took immediate steps to update its website to attempt to make it easier for people to navigate and understand the complaints process. But of course, much more needs to be done. The confidential hotline, coupled with a series of posters, are now displayed throughout the Assembly estate, and again, that action too is very much welcome. It's also good to see that the existing processes will be routinely monitored via a mystery shopping exercise to ascertain if the existing material on how to make a complaint is effective, easily understood and workable going forward. These steps are important in demonstrating the Assembly's commitment to ensuring that complainants are aware of how they can make a complaint and how the process will be navigated. Now, as the Chair said, the committee's report also calls for the development of an online reporting tool to allow people to report incidents of inappropriate behaviour, either anonymously or through a named disclosure. I understand the sensitivities around anonymous reporting, but committee members heard that Cardiff University has done some groundbreaking work in this area, and so it's good to see the Assembly Commission reflecting on the successes of other organisations' work on this. I appreciate that contact officers have already been established, as outlined in the Dignity and Respect policy and associated guidance, and they have a role to report cases to the head of HR anonymously, who then monitors, records and reports patterns of behaviour. However, I understand that the Commission will want to take further advice on this early in the new year before coming to a firmer conclusion on anonymous reporting once there's been an opportunity for those processes to develop. And perhaps in responding to the debate, the Chair of the committee will confirm whether the committee will be returning to this specific issue in due course. Finally, Llywydd, the committee identified social media as an area where there are increasing levels of inappropriate behaviour, and in this fast-paced technological age, it's crucial that parliaments are responsive to online threats. We all know that social media has immense benefits, namely sharing information with the public and engaging with constituents. And I'm pleased that the committee is working to develop guidance on the use of social media and that it intends to establish a much more explicit link between what is acceptable on social media and the Code of Conduct. And I look forward to hearing more about those developments as they take place. In closing, it's crucial that all members seriously understand the importance of this inquiry and that robust action is taken and routinely reviewed to ensure that the Assembly creates a culture which empowers people to come forward when they witness and/or are subject to inappropriate behaviour. The Assembly, as an institution, must be forward-looking, progressive and willing to address its weaknesses, and so I urge every member in this chamber to support all of the committee's recommendations and commit to establishing a complaints process that is fair, transparent and fit for purpose. Diolch.
Helen Mary-Jones.
Thank you, Llywydd, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to participate in this debate as a new member of the committee. And in doing so, I'd like to begin by thanking the Chair for her welcome and the other committee members, the committee staff who've been very supportive in the last couple of weeks in getting me up to speed, and to thank Clere Griffith for having represented Plaid Cymru so ably on the committee in the past. So, the issues that this report addresses are not new. We will sometimes hear people say that standards and expectations around conduct have changed. The truth is that this is not the case. People, particularly women, have always known what is and isn't appropriate. We have always known the difference between humorous interchanges and even romantic attachments between consenting equals in the workplace and sexual harassment and sexual abuse constituting an abuse of power. What has, however, begun to change, and I would say about time too, is the culture that has tolerated and minimised these abuses of power. It is undoubtedly the case, as this report highlights, that the political nature of our organisation inevitably leads to a heightened power imbalance, and all the more important, therefore, that we get this right, creating a culture here in which harassment of any kind is not tolerated, where bystanders routinely call out unacceptable behaviour, and where survivors are empowered to report and are believed. And thereby we can contribute to wider cultural change. I warmly welcome this report and the Commission's prompt and positive response to the recommendations. Now, the Chair and Paul Davies have already referred to the Government's response to Recommendation 12, and I feel that I have to address the bulk of my remarks to this. I can't express how disappointed I am by the First Minister's response. I would have expected unanimity across this chamber that not only must the highest standards of conduct in public life be expected of all of us as Assembly members, but that those standards must also apply to all ministers, and not only must those standards apply and be enforced, but they must be seen by the public to be upheld and be enforced. I am really surprised that the First Minister says in paragraph 5 of his response to Recommendation 12, and I quote, "The committee's view that public confidence would not be improved if the Standards Commissioner undertook that role, the role of investigating complaints under the Ministerial Code, is not one that is shared by the First Minister." Now, I can, up to a point, accept what the First Minister says about potentially needing to make a difference between the role of an Assembly member and when a person is acting as a minister. But I would concur with what Paul Davies says. We may make those differences here in this chamber, we may understand them. But to the public, I simply cannot understand how they should be expected to perceive the difference. And I find it more difficult to accept and understand the First Minister's view that it would somehow be confusing for the Standards Commissioner to investigate alleged breaches of the Ministerial Code. Surely the person that we've appointed to this important role must be able to undertake investigations under two different sets of expectations. I can't see why using the Standards Commissioner as the investigator would in any way muddy the waters with regard to separation of powers between the Executive and the Assembly. And at any rate, as Paul Davies has said, that is for the public a moot point. The standards of behaviour are the standards of behaviour. Now, if it were true that there was some muddying of powers between the Executive and Parliament in the suggestion the committee has made, the First Minister must at the very least establish a separate, permanent and independent investigative system to which all complaints of possible breaches of the Ministerial Code should be referred. It cannot be in the interests of transparency or conducive to public confidence for any First Minister to have discretion to determine whether or not a complaint or concern actually constitutes a possible breach of the Code and needs investigating. And I would concur with what Paul Davies has said. I am not suggesting that these decisions are in any way grubby or made behind closed doors, but the risk is that that is how people will perceive them. At any rate, the First Minister, it is not right for the First Minister to have the right to decide whether this constitutes a possible breach or not, and referrals to an independent process at the very least ought to be automatic, and I concur with what the Chair has said. I hope that that will be offered to us in the statement that we are to receive automatically. And I would also say that what other parliaments do is not relevant here. We have consistently decided in this Assembly to be better than other parliaments, whether it's from establishing the Children's Commissioner, for example, long before other parliaments in the UK got their act together to do the same. I believe, as Paul Davies has said, that we should be setting higher standards for ourselves, and those should be higher standards with regard to transparency. When it comes to the oversight of the Ministerial Code, I still believe that the committee's original recommendation is a practical and sensible solution. And we will, of course, one way or another, have a new First Minister soon. And I'd like to ask the committee chair whether she believes it would be appropriate for us as a committee to approach the new First Minister, whoever she or he may be, and ask them to reconsider this response. To close, Llywydd, the public have a right to expect that we in this place set the tone for the whole of public life in Wales. If we are to do so, we must be as sure as we can possibly be that everyone who works here or who visits here or who cooperates with us feels respected and is treated with dignity. This report and the Commission's actions and positive response to this report are a huge step in that right direction, and I commend this report to the Chamber.
Jane Hutt.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I welcome this debate on the report of the Standards Committee, Creating the Right Culture? And can I thank the Chair and members for undertaking this inquiry and producing this report with recommendations that I support. It is appropriate to hold this debate during the week of the White Ribbon, which we wear in recognition of the ongoing drive to eliminate violence against women. As we heard yesterday in response to my question to the First Minister, this is a scandal of the 21st century modern world, and we have a responsibility in government, local and national, and as elected representatives and as individuals in the public, private and third sectors to respond to this scandal. We recently debated Is Wales Fairer, the 2018 report of the Equality and Human Rights Commission, where points were made relevant to our debate today, with a statement that said, and the Chair also repeated this, at Me Too put the spotlight on women's and girls' experience of high levels of violence and discrimination, which is, quote, too readily accepted as part of life. And Angela Burns made a very powerful point yesterday, I believe, on this point. The Women's Equality Network manifesto reported that 55% of girls aged 7 to 21 say that gender stereotypes affect their ability to say what they think, and 52% of women report being harassed in the workplace. I think it's that point about, excuse me, about affecting the ability to say what they think, which is so important. The Chair of the Standards Committee alerts us to the evidence received by the committee and reports in the media, which suggests that there have been a number of incidents of sexual harassment at the Assembly, and these haven't been formally reported. It is to our shame that individuals have not felt they could come forward to make these complaints and expose the fact that our culture is not right here in this Senedd, and we must now take responsibility to address this. The Women's Equality Network manifesto says, we can understand that gender inequality is both a cause and a consequence of violence against women and girls. We know that to prevent violence, we need to educate, challenge and change our unequal culture and society. And that means we must challenge ourselves. Yes, we have had the respect and dignity training. I hope this is permeated throughout this organisation, being made available to both the Commission and Welsh Government teams, where people have power over other people. It's where power is exercised and abused that the culture can go so wrong. And there are a number of recommendations with a timeline which I welcome, but we must be vigilant in meeting those timelines and monitoring their delivery. From the 5 to be delivered immediately, and that does mean immediately, through to December and the spring. I want to finish by updating members on the new cross-party group on women's equality, which has met twice since its inauguration in May. At its first meeting, we heard from Professor Laura McAllister on a Parliament that works for Wales, with a positive response from the women who attended, including external organisations such as Women's Equality Network, Chwarae Women Connect, Women's Institutes or Optimists, who fully endorsed her recommendations regarding job sharing and 50-50 representation of women for this Senedd and Welsh Government. This was followed by a talk by Jess Blair from the Electoral Reform Society on their report, New Voices, How Welsh Politics Can Begin to Reflect Wales, which also endorsed the need to increase the representation of women in the Assembly. And this is particularly relevant today as we mark 100 years since the passing of the Qualification of Women Act, where women could legally stand for Parliament, and this is being celebrated in Westminster, as we can see. We're now holding a joint cross-party group with the cross-party group on violence against women and children, alongside our new group on women's equality, strengthening cross-party support for and understanding of these issues we're debating this week. We cannot, in what is largely and sadly a very empty chamber today, just leave it for this debate. It must permeate everything that we're doing in this Assembly and in Welsh Government. A few weeks ago, I welcomed a poll which drew attention to public support for using legislation to ensure we get gender parity in this Assembly. Like smoking in public places, I believe the public are ahead of us in many ways, and yet we tend to think we are in a good place in this Assembly. We are not on these issues. At our joint committee scrutiny of the Equality Impact Assessments last week, we received evidence from the Equality and Human Rights Commission, and they said that the prevalence of societal gender norms in education and employment and experiences of harassment and violence is obstructing this progress of women's equality. We can accept recommendations today, and clear there's much to discuss in terms of the implications of those and from the Welsh Government. We can take them forward, but I think we also need to consider policy and legislation in every aspect of our work here, including legislation to change this Assembly to reflect the Wales we represent. And we should take this on board if we really want to reflect the strength and courage of the suffragettes a century ago and follow their lead with deeds and not just words. And this must include, if necessary, legislation to help create the right culture in the heart of democracy in Wales.
Llyr Griffin.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Dwi am bigo fyny ar yr hyn oedd Helen Mary Jones ni ddweud ac eraill yn cyfeirio at y cydbwysedd grym, y power balance yma, a sut mae yna anghydbwysedd, nid yn unig o fewn y diwylliant sydd yn bodoli yn y maes yma, ond o fewn rhai o'r rheolau sydd ganddo ni yma yn y maes yma hefyd. A sut mae angen newid rhai o'r rheolau hynny mwyn rhoi neges glir bod ni'n mynd i'r afel ar anghydbwysedd yna a bod ni yn cyflwyno gwell cydbwysedd rhwng rhywun sydd yn dod â chwyn a rhywun sydd yn cael cwyn yn ei erbyn neu hi. Nawr, dyw hynny ddim i ddweud bod ni'n lleihau yr amddiffyniad a'r tegwch i rhywun sydd â chwyn yn ei erbyn neu hi, ond yn grymuso'r unigolion hynny sydd eisiau dod â chwyn. A mi roiau gwpl o enghreifftiau yn yr ychydig munudau dwi eisiau cyfrannu i'r ddadl yma. Petai rhywun yn dod â chwyn yn erbyn ni, a bod Comisiynydd Safonau a'r Pwyllgor Safonau yn dod i benderfyniad bod y gwyn yn un ddilys, yna mae gen i hawl i apelio. Os ydy'r Comisiynydd a'r Pwyllgor yn dod i gasgliad nad yw e'n gwyn dilys, dos gan y cwynydd ddim hawl i apelio. I fi, mae hynny'n anghytbwys ac yn anheg. Mae rhaid i gwyn gael ei wneud o fewn blwyddyn. A i ni'n gwybod, wrth gwrs, bod bobl sydd felly wedi dioddau ddim yn barod i ddod â chwyn mewn 12 mis. Mae'n cymryd llawer yn hirach iddyn nhw wneud hynny. Ond ar ôl 12 mis, wel na fe, be allwch chi wneud? Felly mae angen newid hynny mwyn grymuso unigolion fydden ni'n meddwl, felly gweud bod dim angen amserlen o gwbl. Oherwydd i ni'n gweld nawr sut mae rhai achosion hanesyddol ddegawdau wedyn falle yn dod i'r amlwg. Felly dwi yn meddwl bod angen edrych ar hynny hefyd. Mae'n sefyllfa hefyd, wrth gwrs, petawn ni ddim bellach yn aelod cynulliad, yna dos na ddim modd dod â chwyn yn yn erbyn ni. Ond beth sy'n digwydd wedyn os dwi'n cael yn ail ethol mewn rhai blynyddoedd nôl i'r cynulliad, wel mae'r amserlen wedi goredeg, ac felly allwch chi ddim dod â chwyn. Felly mae yna lawer o bethau sylfaenol y dylen ni fod yn edrych arno fe mwyn cael gwell cydbwysedd o fewn yr cydbwysedd grym yna i ni'n sôn amdano fe. A'r unig bwynt arall fydden ni'n awyddus i wneud yw dwi'n hefyd yn gresynu, yn synnu ac yn rhwystredig eithriadol bod y Prif Weinidog wedi ymateb fel y mae i'r awgrym y dyle y Comisiynydd Safonau fod ar ôl o fewn edrych ar y cod gweinidogol. Dwi'n gwybod bydde hynny'n golygu newid deddfwriaethol ac yn y blaen. Dwi'n gwybod bydde fe'n gwneud hi'n haws i bobl i ddeall y gyfundrefn yn bwysicach na dim i fydde'n gwneud hi'n haws i bobl sydd â chwyn i wybod le i fynd. Oherwydd, dychmygwch i'r sefyllfa lle mae rhywun ar ôl gwewyr eithriadol wedi penderfynu dwi yn mynd i ddod â chwyn, yn mynd at y Comisiynydd Safonau, ac wrth gwrs yn cael arddeall, o na, allwch chi'n dod ato ni, mae rhaid i chi fynd i'r arall. Wel, pa fath o a dwi'n gwybod bydde'r Comisiynydd Safonau yn gwneud hynny mewn modd sensitif a chyfrifol, ond mae'n rwystyr arall yn dywe i unigolyn i deimlo bod nhw'n gallu dod â chwyn. A dwi yn gresynu bod y Prif Weinidog yn teimlo. Wrth gwrs, fe fydde'n dal i wneud y penderfyniad terfynol. Does neb yn awgrymu bod unrhyw rym yn cael ei gymryd oddi ar y Prif Weinidog, a mae'n berffaith iawn mae Prif Weinidog fydde'n cael gwneud y penderfyniad yna, wrth gwrs i fod e. Ond, beth fydde fe'n golygu yw bod y broses honno o ymchwilio fewn i gwyn yn cael ei gymryd allan o ddwylo llywodraeth i fod yn gwbl annibynnol oherwydd mae'n gwynion ac mae'n amheuon a felly mae canfyddiadau anghywir i nhw. Nad yw'r broses yna yn gwbl annibynnol, ond mi fydde'n rhoi fwy o hyder i'r cyhoedd bod y broses yn annibynnol, ac yn yr un modd ac mae'r Comisiynydd Safonau yn dod wedyn ac adroddiad i'r pwyllgor safonau yng nghyd-destun y cod ymddygiad aelodau, mi fydde'r adroddiad hwnnw yn mynd i'r Prif Weinidog yng nghyd-destun cod gweinidogol, mwyn i'r Prif Weinidog ystyried y dystiolaeth a dod i'w gasgliad i hunan a dod i'w benderfyniad i hunan. Felly mae unrhyw awgrym bod grym yn cael ei gymeryd oddi ar y Prif Weinidog yng nghyd-destun y cod gweinidogol yn gam arwen llwyr ac yn anfon yr union negeseuon anghywir ni'n trio'u taclo a'i herio yn y ddadl yma prynawn yma. Felly mi fydden ni'n ategu yr alwad ar unrhyw ddarpar Brif Weinidog i fod yn barod i ymrwymo i edrych eto ar hyn. Oherwydd os oedden ni o ddifri ynglŷn â creu y diwylliant i'r un am i weld, yna y camau yma yw'r peth lleia y gallen ni fod yn ei cyflawni.
Galwaf ar arweinydd y tŷ a'r Prif Whip, Julie James.
Diolch, Llywyd. Can I begin by adding my thanks to the Chair and to the members of the Standards of Conduct Committee for their report and for their very hard work, and indeed for this opportunity to respond to their report. As all the members have pointed out, there is only one recommendation for the Welsh Government, but I welcome the Committee's wider intention to foster a culture of dignity and respect within the Assembly through the remainder of its recommendations, and also would like very much to add my voice to those of the various members in the debate today who have talked about the need for a culture where people can come forward and expect that their complaints will be taken seriously. I think it's the suggestions of changing the timescales and the rights of appeal are very interesting ones which the Assembly could, I think, benefit from. However, turning to the one recommendation for the Government, the Ministerial Code sets out the First Minister's expectations in respect of ministerial conduct, and this is underpinned by the 7 principles of public life. Members will, of course, be aware that it provides guidance on a range of matters, including relationships with the civil service and how to deal with ministers' constituency, party and private interests. It also contains procedural advice on cabinet and governmental processes and obligations. In particular, the Code makes clear that members are expected to be personally responsible for their conduct, but that the First Minister is the ultimate judge of standards of ministerial behaviour. He also determines any appropriate action in respect of any breach of those standards. In addition, he will call upon an independent advisor or advisors where appropriate to investigate complaints and to provide him with advice on which to base his judgment about any necessary action. Of course.
I think the concern would be that very point, that in terms of it is the First Minister making a decision about whether or not independent investigation should be undertaken. And I'm concerned that, I'm not suggesting that in any way that's ever been improperly used, but I'm concerned that from a public perception point of view, that is putting a lot of responsibility on the First Minister. As Claire Griffith has said, it's entirely appropriate that she or he should be the person who receives the evidence from an independent investigation and makes the decision, because she or he is the person who makes the appointment. But in terms of deciding whether or not that independent investigation needs to take place, I think that at the very least that could be seen from the outside as problematic.
Well, I see the point you're making, but I have to say I don't agree with it. I think there are circumstances in which it clearly isn't appropriate to refer to an independent advisor, and there are other circumstances in which it very clearly is appropriate, and I think that's a judgment call myself. But you know, I take your point, and it's something we can consider as the system runs out. Sorry, so as I said, he would be looking to see where appropriate to call on the independent advisor or advisors. The Government as a whole supports the position that inappropriate behaviour, however, and wherever it occurs, will not be tolerated. And as I said, we have spoken long and hard in this chamber on a number of occasions around the gender review and the equality and human rights report that we've received only recently about being standard bearers for those kinds of conducts, and I certainly would like to add my voice to all of the calls that this place should be standard bearers for the right kinds of conduct. The First Minister, in the light of that, has carefully considered his response to Recommendation 12, which would require the establishment of a protocol to refer complaints about ministers to the Office of the Standards Commissioner, with the Commissioner reporting to the relevant body. There is a comment within the report that the requirement under the Ministerial Code, which states ministers must keep separate their roles as minister and assembly member, is potentially confusing. This is not a view shared by the First Minister. The primary purpose of the clause is to ensure that a minister avoids the potential for an actual or perceived conflict of interest if they are asked to make a decision within their portfolio which impacts directly on their own constituency. The Code is designed to ensure ministers do not use Welsh Government facilities and resources for constituency or party political activities outside of the parameters set out elsewhere in the Code. The rationale for the committee's conclusion that there is potential for confusion regarding Assembly member and ministerial roles is not apparent. To involve the Standards Commissioner, appointed by and accountable to the Assembly, to investigate complaints about the behaviour of ministers when clearly operating as a minister rather than as an Assembly member could in itself create the sort of ambiguity of accountability that the committee is actually seeking to avoid. The report rightly refers to the facility the First Minister has to refer any matter regarding ministerial behaviour to an independent adviser to investigate. Having only been asked to investigate and advise on one case, which was undertaken diligently and comprehensively by James Hamilton, with the report culminating in a plenary debate, it is difficult to understand the report's suggestion that public confidence would be improved if the Standards Commissioner undertook the role. Independent advice is just that, whether an independent adviser or the Standards Commissioner performs that role. The exception to this would be that, if a minister were clearly acting in their capacity as an Assembly member when the alleged misconduct occurred, the First Minister would, under those circumstances, consider it appropriate for the Standards Commissioner to handle the matter rather than it be dealt with under the Ministerial Code. Therefore, for these reasons, the Government is unable to accept the recommendation made by the committee. But I would like to end by asking you all across the Chamber for your support in promoting the culture of dignity and respect throughout this place, which has been so ably and properly referenced and which so many members have spoken passionately about today. We do absolutely agree that we can all help change behaviours and culture, and that we should do so by leading by example. Diolch, Llywed.
Galwafyr Jane Bryant I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch, Llywydd, and I'm very grateful to the contributions of members past and present to the Standard Conduct Committee. I'm not quite sure what it says when I'm the only one, the original member left of this committee, but I'm still here for now anyway. But thank you all. Paul mentioned in particular the work that has been done, but recognising that we must not take a step back, and I can assure you that we will not do that, be taking any step back. And Paul also asked for me to confirm if the committee will be returning to the anonymous reporting and the contact officer and work around social media and the guidance, and we will be returning to that. And we are looking to do a big piece of work on social media guidance as well, which I think everybody here would agree is crucial. So there's that point. Welcome, Helen Mary, to your position on the Standard Conduct Committee, and thank you for your contribution as well. Both Paul and Helen Mary and Claire have mentioned the Ministerial Code. And for us, with the recommendation 12, we did feel that the system of separate codes exists in Wales, which is comparable with other provisions in the other UK parliaments. But we did believe as a committee that Wales could take a bold step to improve provision and increase confidence in the system. As a committee, we concluded that bringing this under the responsibility of the Standards Commissioner, and although this has been rejected, the committee is open to working with government to improve transparency. We're obviously interested in the written statement that's to come before us, and I'm sure the committee will want to pursue this further with the next First Minister. Jane Hurt, a very powerful contribution from you, and mentioning the respect and dignity training that has been open to all members and staff here, and hope that everybody has had the opportunity to take that up. And also your work with pointing to the cross-party work that's going on, not just within the committee but in other forums as well. But there is much further to go. Claire, many colleagues also mentioned the power imbalance, and that came through when we received the evidence as well. And I think it was we have a real clear aim about empowering people, and we need to make sure that we do listen to everybody who's coming forward, and we make sure that we're as fair and transparent as possible. Claire also mentioned the right to appeal, which is our last recommendation. recommendation 21, and on that the committee will bring forward proposals for amending the appeal provision in the procedure for dealing with complaints by the end of this year. So we will be doing some work on that. I'd like to thank the Leader of our House for her comments and the commitment to work on creating the right environment, although I'm sure you've heard members' concerns on the rejection of recommendation 12. Everybody must have an understanding of what constitutes inappropriate behaviour, so they'll know if they experience it themselves or see it happening to somebody else. We want to encourage a wide and diverse range of people into politics, and to do this, we need a culture which is inclusive and enabling. Evidence received by the committee suggests that there have been a number of incidents of sexual harassment at the Assembly, and these have not been formally reported. And the committee is of the view that it's completely unacceptable people have felt unable to report their experiences. And just finally, I'd like to say that cultural change required is not achievable overnight. It's going to take a long-term commitment and dedication. This report is the very start of that important conversation with the committee, and we welcome feedback on our recommendations. We encourage people to make suggestions regarding further steps which might be taken in future, and we will continue to learn and listen to others on this. We all have a responsibility to ensure that we set the very highest standards, and we're determined to create the right environment.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid nodi adroddiad y pwyllgor a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Nag oes, felly derbynir y cynnig yn unol ar rheol sefydlog 12.36 sy'n dod yn ni at yr eitem nesaf, sef y ddadl ar y ddeiseb ar ragdybiaeth o blaid ysgolion gwledig. Dwi'n galw'r gadeirydd y pwyllgor i wneud y cynnig, David Rowlands.
Diolch, Llywydd. On behalf of the Petitions Committee, may I thank the members for the opportunity to hold this debate today. This petition, Presumption in Favour of Rural Schools, concerns the Welsh Government School Organisation Code and the protection afforded to schools in rural areas. As members will know, recent revisions made to the code attempt to provide stronger safeguards and protection for rural schools, and I congratulate the Government for those revisions, which specifically include a presumption against closure of rural schools. The newly revised code came into force on the 1st of November. This means that all new proposals for school closures or organisation will be governed by a new process. However, it doesn't apply to existing proposals, and this petition calls on the Welsh Government to do all that it can to ensure that all local authorities are following the spirit of the revised code, even where proposals are being determined under the previous version. Underlying the petition is a concern that some local authorities have moved to close some rural schools in advance of the new code coming into force. Specifically, the petitioners are concerned about the planned closure of Ysgol Bodffordd, a primary school near Llangefni, Anglesey. The petition received 5,125 signatures, and I want to start this debate by acknowledging the support enjoyed by the petition and the commitment of those who have campaigned to gather the signatures. As I have outlined, the future of a specific school, Ysgol Bodffordd, is central to this petition and to the issue of the future for rural schools. The Petitions Committee has heard that Ysgol Bodffordd currently has around 85 pupils. Like many rural schools, it plays a major role in the local community, both as a place of education and as a well-used community centre resource. However, unlike some, we understand that it has a very low level of surplus places, only around 1.6%. Isle of Anglesey County Council proposes to close Ysgol Bodffordd and another primary school, Llangefni Ysgol Corn Hir. In their place, the council intends to build a new, larger school with a capacity of 360 children. A consultation took place earlier this year, and at the end of September, Anglesey Council published a statutory notice confirming its intention to proceed with the closure from September 2020. Because the process was initiated prior to the new code coming into effect, it has been determined in accordance with the first edition of the School Organisation Code. Under the new code, Ysgol Bodffordd is listed as a rural school. Therefore, whilst it is not possible to know whether the new code would have led to a different outcome, it is reasonable to suggest that Anglesey Council would have had to consider the proposal in a different way if the process had been initiated later. The petitioners are seeking to make the case that councils should be obliged or expected to act in accordance with the spirit of the new code, because the Welsh Government's desire to strengthen the protection offered to rural schools has been known for some time. I will focus on this broader issue for the remainder of my contribution. A review of the policy regarding surplus school places with an emphasis on rural schools was part of the agreement which resulted in Kirsty Williams being appointed Cabinet Secretary for Education in June 2016. A consultation on revisions to the School Organisation Code was issued for public consultation in June 2017. This included a new presumption against the closure of rural schools. Following this, the new code finally came into force on the 1st of November this year. The presumption against closure means, in reality, that there is now a more detailed set of procedures and requirements when rural schools are proposed for closure. As the Cabinet Secretary herself previously noted, this does not mean that rural schools will never close. However, it does mean that the case for closure must be strong and not taken until all viable options to closure have been conscientiously considered. The petitioners contend that this has not happened in the case of Ysgol Bodffordd. They argue that 2 years after the proposal to close the school was first raised, a number of questions remain unanswered. These include the future of the nursery and other groups which use the school, and what consideration the council has given to other options, such as a federation with other schools or extending the existing school. At the heart of the debate is the issue of whether a local authority should proceed to close a rural school without giving full consideration to the revised code, which requires a stronger case to overcome a presumption against closure. I am aware that Ysgol Bodffordd is not the only school in this situation. The Cabinet Secretary has said on several occasions that she expects local authorities to factor in the Welsh Government's new policy towards rural schools when making decisions about school reorganisation. However, she has also made clear that the new code is not retrospective and that there is no statutory requirement to comply with its provisions before it came into force. So to summarise then, there are several questions at the heart of this petition and this afternoon's debate. Firstly, the extent to which local authorities or others proposing a school closure should consider the requirements of the new code, even where there is no statutory requirement for them to do so. Secondly, how the Welsh Government can give practical effect to its expectation that local authorities should take the spirit of the new code into account. And thirdly, what other action the Government could or should take to protect rural schools such as Ysgol Bodffordd. The committee, the Petitions Committee, has as yet not reached any conclusions on this matter, and as a result, I will leave it to others to expand upon the principles and arguments behind this issue. It only remains for me to say that the Petitions Committee will return to consider the petition again at a future meeting in the light of the contributions during this afternoon's debate. Diolch yn fawr.
Andrew Arty Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I congratulate the Petitions Committee, and in particular the way the Chair introduced the debate and outlined the considerations and arguments that have been put before the Petitions Committee. As someone who was on the original Petitions Committee back in 2007 to 2011 Assembly, I well remember an exercise similar to this being undertaken in that particular Assembly when we went down to West Wales looking at the challenges that local authorities face and schools face and communities face in maintaining their local educational network. Because it's really important to reflect that a rural school is the heart of that community. It creates an energy within that community, it creates an activity that supports other services within the community, and above all, it binds that community together. And I do welcome the Cabinet Secretary's intervention with the new code that has come into force this month, I believe I'm correct in saying, albeit it was laid before the Assembly back in the summer for consideration. And I would like to reflect on an issue that is in my own particular area, and I appreciate the Cabinet Secretary would not be able to speak directly to the Llancarvan school closure, which she's heard me speak on many times in this chamber, but she did indicate that the code, even though it wasn't in force when various notices were issued on that particular school closure, should carry some weight, given that it was in the public domain and it was understood by the local authority to be part of the government's thinking in maintaining the rich fabric of education provision in rural areas. And indeed, under the code, Llancarvan is the only rural school that is mentioned in the code, in the list of schools that the government has saw fit to include in the code. The proposal to close Llancarvan School was a proposal that was first brought forward in 2012-2013 by the then Labour Control Council, and many residents in the area do feel that it's almost officer unfinished business, if that makes sense what I've just said, and that the current councillors have picked up the mantle in trying to force through what was an ill-thought-out proposal back in 2012 and had placed a great deal of store on the guidance that the Cabinet Secretary was bringing forward to protect their school, because Llancarvan School is a school that is very vibrant. Whilst it might have a full role, it has a role of in excess of 100 pupils. It has a school estate that with modest expenditure could be brought up to speed, and every argument that has been deployed by the current council to close, and interestingly, they will not use the word close, they use the word relocation. I fail to see how you can say that you're maintaining a school in a location when the proposed new site is some 3 miles away. That surely is a loss to the site, and in anyone's understanding of the word closure, that defines closure. And so this petition that has come, admittedly from the other side of Wales, at the top end of Wales in Anglesey, does pertain to many of the aspects that the community in Llancarvan have found themselves fighting against. And that very community at every turn has put forward a coherent plan to maintain the school within the village of Llancarvan and supporting the surrounding villages. And each and every time an argument is put forward to support and maintain the school, an alternative argument is presented by the Council. The first argument was that the only way 21st century school money could be brought forward was by a relocation and a creation of a new school. Thanks to the clarification that the Cabinet Secretary has given, that is not the case. 21st century school money can be used to upgrade current facilities. We are then told that there is a falling role at Llancarvan and it would not sustain the current teacher-pupil ratio. Well, we know that there is a demand for education in that area, and that demand has been sustained for many years and would be sustained going into the future for many years as well. So that argument doesn't stack up. And now we are hearing that because necessary orders have been placed, it is a foregone conclusion that the school will ultimately close in a few years' time when the new site is presented to the community in Roos. I would say that that actually is cocking a snoot at, obviously, the sentiment that the Welsh Government have put forward via their new code. I do believe, and I would hope, that the Cabinet Secretary will use her good office to try and influence this decision, because, as we have heard, and as I've outlined in my comments today, today, it is a fact that 21st century money can be used to upgrade that school. It is a fact that the role is strong enough to maintain the education provision in that school. It is a fact that this school has had a good ESTIN report. And it is a fact that we identify that it is important that a rural school is maintained and isn't considered for closure as just a matter of course. It should be only considered for closure after every conceivable option has been considered and explored. And I do not believe that is the case here, and I therefore welcome the report that the Petitions Committee has brought forward and unearthed various arguments, albeit in another part of Wales, but is pertinent to the rest of Wales and in my electoral area, in particular around Llancarvan School. And I do thank other members in the Chamber who have helped in the campaign and certainly will continue to support the community of Llancarvan, because this isn't a done deal and we will continue to fight to maintain the school in the village of Llancarvan.
Rhina Piorwerth.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llywydd. Dwi'n gwisgo sawl het heddiw yma. Dwi'n byw mewn pentre gwledig, lle mae'r ysgol wedi bod dan fygythiad. Yn ddiweddar, dwi'n gyn aelod o'r Pwyllgor Deiseba, a fi di aelod cynulliad y rhai drefnodd y ddeiseb yma, rhieni a chefnogwyr ysgol Bodffordd sy'n ddidwyll ag yn onest yn brwydro'n galed iawn i achub i hysgol. 31 o blant oedd yn ysgol gynradd gynta i. Yn yr ail, mi oedd yna dros 200 oedd yn ysgolion da, ond mae rhaid i ddeud hynny gan mai dad oedd y pennaeth. Mi ath ymhlant i ysgol gynradd ddinesig efo 350 o blant yn gynta, ac yna i ysgol o chydig dan 100 o blant yn Ynys Môn. Felly 4 ysgol wahanol iawn, ond aphrofiad positif o addysg yn y Bedair. Felly fel cefndir i'r drafodaeth yma, ga i ddeud, dwi ddim yn derbyn dadleuon bod rhaid i ysgol fod yn fawr mwyn cynnig profiad addysg gynradd effeithiol, a dydw i chwaith ddim yn prynu'r dadleuon bod plant yn hapusach o reidrwydd mewn ysgol fach wledig. Dwi'n grediniol bod modd darparu addysg gynradd safonol a gofalgar beth bynnag ydy maint yr ysgol. Ac eto, da ni'n gweld symudiad amlwg ar draws Cymru tuag at gau ysgolion bach gwledig. Y broblem sydd ganddo ni, mae gen i ofn, ydy problem ariannol a phroblem staffio. Mae llawer o'n ysgolion cymharol fach ni yng nghefn gwlad yn hen neu'n heneiddio. Maen nhw'n gyffredinol ddrud i'w cynnal a'i cadw. Maen nhw'n ddrud i'w staffio wedyn os ydy reisio staffio neu staff i ddisgyblion yn fach. Hefyd ar yr ochr staffio, mae arweinyddiaeth yn broblem yn llawer rhy aml. Mae'n anodd iawn penodi pennaeth mewn ysgol fach wledig. Ar ben hynny, mae'r naratif ehangach yma bod ysgol fwy yn gyffredinol yn well. A cyfuniad o'r pethau yma, dwi'n meddwl, sy'n gwneud i gynghora deimlo nad oes ganddyn nhw fawr o ddewis, ond rhesymoli neu adrefnu neu foderneiddio eu rhwydweithiau ysgolion. A waeth i ni fod yn onest, mae'r gost yn ffactor mor flaenllaw ym mhopeth y dyddiau yma o lymder. Ond be am werth yr ysgol fel adnodd cymdeithasol? A dwi ddim yn sôn yn angenrheidiol am y neuadd ysgol yn cael ei defnyddio bob nos ag ati bod hynny'n digwydd mewn llawer o lefydd, ond sôn ydw i am yr ysgol fel glud cymunedol. A dyna fod ni at y ddeiseb yma. Mae'r deisebwyr ym Môn wedi cael gobaith bod yna fodd i warchod y glud cymunedol yna. Mae'r gobaith yn dod ar ffurf cod diwygiedig Llywodraeth Cymru, y cod diwygiedig dath i rym ar y cyntaf o'r mis yma sy'n cyflwyno rhagdybiaeth o blaid cadw ysgolion gwledig ar agor. Dwi'n cytuno fe gynnwys o gyda llaw, does gen i ddim problem. Be mi o'n ddeud ydy bod angen i awdurdod lleol brofi i bod nhw wedi ystyried opsiynau eraill cyn cau, i bod nhw wedi mynd drwy amrywiol brosesau manwl cyn penderfynu cau. Be sy'n yma ydy canllawia i awdurdodau i dilyn wrth lunio cynnig ac wrth wneud y penderfyniad i gau. I ddyfynu eto, nid yw rhagdybiaeth yn erbyn cau ysgolion gwledig yn golygu na fyddant byth yn cau. Felly gadwch i ni fod yn glir, does na ddim mesura penodol i gadw ysgolion gwledig ar agor mewn statut. A siawns mae mesurau penodol yn cynnwys mesurau adnoddau sydd i isio. Eto, dwi'n pwysleisio mod yn cytuno fo be mae'r cod yn ei ddeud. Mae yn mynnu ystyried ffederaleiddio. Ar y gofn bod gwerth yn y marn i, ar hyn, dwi'n credu y dylid gwneud popeth i gadw ysgol yn ei chymuned. Dwi'n ffafrio yn bersonol ysgolion ardal aml safle, lle mae nifer o ysgolion yn dod at ei gilydd o dan un pennaeth, o dan un corff llywodraethol. Ond dwi'n gwybod yn iawn bod hyn ddim yn cynnig y math o arbedion ariannol, a mae'n rhaid i gynghora i gwneud y dyddiau yma oherwydd llyfnder. Felly mae angen i Lywodraeth Cymru gydnabod costa uwch darparu addysg mewn ardal wledig, os am wneud hynny yn rhagorol, a rhoi y gefnogaeth angenrheidiol i awdurdodau sy'n gwasanaethu ardaloedd gwledig i ddarparu system addysg sy'n gweddu i'w cymunedau gwledig nhw. Mae yna grantiau ysgolion gwledig ar gael, ond dyn nhw ddim yn ddigon. 2 filiwn a hanner y bunne ar flwyddyn. Yn ôl y Llywodraeth, mae yna dros 300 o ysgolion wedi elwan y flwyddyn gyntaf, rhyw 8,000 yr ysgol ydy hynny, a tra dwi'n croesawu unrhyw arian ychwanegol, dydy hwnna ddim y math o arian sy'n gallu cadw ysgol ar agor. Mae Llywodraeth yn deud mewn ateb i gwestiynau gen i bod modd i awdurdodau wneud ceisiadau am arian o'r cynllun ysgolion unfed ganrif ar 20. Ond y gwir amdani ydy bod hi'n haws cyfeirio'r arian hwnnw o'r gronfa benodol honno at adeiladu ysgolion newydd mwy. Ond os di'r arian ddim ganddo chi, Lywodraeth Cymru, byddwch yn onest, a peidiwch a pasio'r bai i gyd i Lywodraeth leol. Mae eisiau cydweithio yn fan hyn. Felly i grynhoi, mae cael rhai ysgolion yn anochel, dwi'n meddwl. Pan mae ysgol awr i ddwsin neu 2 o blant, a dwi'n meddwl yn bod ni wedi mynd y tu hwnt i beth sy'n gynaliadwy. Ond os di'r Llywodraeth o ddifri bod yna werth cynhenid i ysgol fach wledig, wel helpwch yn awdurdodau lleol ni. Fel arall, does gan Ynys Môn na'r un awdurdod arall ddewis, ond parhau i chwilio am ffyrdd i ddarparu addysg ragorol mewn ysgolion mwy rhatach, yn hytrach na cheisio darparu addysg ragorol mewn ysgolion gwledig llai, fel dwi'n gwybod sy'n berffaith bosib.
Jane Hunt.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate, and I'm very glad to follow Andrew Arty-Davies in raising yet again. It is our joint opposition across this chamber to the Vale of Glamorgan Council's latest proposal. Of course, it is now a Conservative-controlled council to close a successful school in my constituency in Andrews region, Llancarvan Primary School. And I think it is relevant to raise some of the points that we have been raising over the last few months. The fact that Llancarvan has been designated as the only rural school in the Vale of Glamorgan was welcomed, and we'd hoped that this would afford it some level of protection in consideration of the outcome of the second public consultation of the future of the school. But the Vale of Glamorgan Council appeared to ignore the consultation responses, and as I said this afternoon in questions to the Cabinet Secretary, hasn't considered other options such as federation and is pressing ahead with its plans. We have grave concerns about the proposal to close Llancarvan School, a successful rural school in the Vale of Glamorgan. The closure plans are widely opposed and contested with rigorous expert independent evidence, and I've said that the concept of this being a transfer, as Andrew has said, of a school rather than a closure is both flawed and concerning, and does it discredit the School Standards and Organisation Act 2013. It's also a unique interpretation of the School Organisation Code, and it could indeed set a precedent for local authorities to use school transfers as a means of avoiding the additional safeguards for rural schools in the revised code. So may we ask for these issues that I've outlined to be considered by the Welsh Government. I do find it disappointing that there doesn't seem to have been any attempt by the Vale Council to consider alternatives to sustain a successful rural school in Llancarvan and enhance provision at Rhys Primary School, which could access the 21st Century Schools programme.
Gwenllian.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Mae'r ddeiseb wrth gwrs yn ymwneud â mater penodol ac ynglyn â pha fersiwn o'r cod y dylid i ddefnyddio mewn achos arbennig ar Ynys Môn. Hynny yw'r hen fersiwn yn ta'r fersiwn newydd 2013 yn ytrach 2018. Mae'n sgen i ddim sylwadau penodol i wneud am yr achos yna, na par un ydy'r fersiwn ddylid cael ei defnyddio. Mae hwnna'n fater manwl iawn sydd angen ystyriaeth. Ond hoffwn i gymryd y cyfle jyst i wneud chydig o sylwadau cyffredinol ynglyn â'r holl faes addysg gwledig ac ysgolion bach. Mae'r cod newydd yn nodi fod rhaid dilyn cyfres o weithdrefna a gofynion manylach wrth benderfynu cau ysgol wledig. Ond fel mae'r ysgrifennydd cabinet ei hun wedi dweud a fel mae eraill wedi tynnu sylw ato fo'n barod, nid yw rhagdybiaeth yn erbyn cau ysgolion gwledig yn golygu na fyddant byth yn cau. A dwi'n siŵr, dwi'n hollol sicr fod awdurdodau lleol yn rhoi ystyriaeth lawn ar effaith unrhyw greu, cod neu beidio, a fod ffedereiddio ysgolion aml safle yn opsiynau real iawn ac bod eisiau cymryd hynny i ystyriaeth. Does a neb, wrth gwrs, eisiau gweld ysgol fach yn cau. Mae yna ymlyniad teuluol, mae yna ymlyniad emosiynol, mae ysgolion yn gallu bod yn ganolbwynt cymunedol, ddim bob tro, ond mewn rhai cymunedau maen nhw'n holl bwysig i ffyniant y cymunedau hynny. Ac mae yna enghreifftiau o ysgolion sydd yn bell iawn o'r ysgol nesaf. Ysgolion sydd 20 milltir i ffwrdd o'i gilydd. Ac yn amlwg, mae ysgolion felly angen cael i meddwl amdanyn nhw yn benodol, achos mae'r teithio yn mynd i fod yn cael effaith andwyol ar blentyn ac ar addysg y plentyn yna. Ond, fel mae'r hun wedi sôn, mae addysg gwledig angen adnoddau, ac ar adnoddau rheini sydd yn brin ar hyn o bryd. Ac mae gen i felly bob cydymdeimlad efo awdurdodau lleol sy'n ceisio cael y balans rhwng cynnal adeiladau sy'n bellach yn rhy fawr ar gyfer yr anghenion presennol a thalu costa staffio trwm, balansio hynny ar yr un llaw a'r angen i roi'r cyfle gorau posib i bob plentyn o fewn dalgylch yr awdurdod yna i gyrraedd i llawn potensial. Un pot y bres sy'n ar gael, ac yn aml mae angen i gynghorwyr gymryd penderfyniadau anodd a moblogaidd os ydyn nhw am greu tegwch ar gyfer pob plentyn. Felly i'r cod fod yn ystyrlon, mae rhaid iddo gael ei gefnogi gan adnoddau a rheini yn adnoddau digonol. Yn anffodus, da ni'n gwybod pa mor anodd ydy hynny yn y dyddiau yma o gynni a llymder.
Galwaf yr ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros addysg, Kirsty Williams.
No, thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I've listened carefully to the debate that's taken place this afternoon, and I'm grateful to the members for the time that they've taken to participate and for the clear passion that many of them have expressed for rural schools in the areas that they represent. I am clear that there can be real benefits, academic, cultural and social, to pupils and communities through the delivery of high-quality education in small and rural schools. I know, and parents across rural communities know, that small and rural schools play an important role in raising standards and extending opportunities for all. I also know that maintaining the provision of an accessible school in some small rural communities can make a significant contribution to the long-term sustainability of the local community. Which is why one of my very first commitments I made as Education Secretary was to strengthen the Schools Organisation Code in respect of a presumption against the closure of rural schools. And I would have to say gently to Rhyn ap Iorwerth, that was a manifesto commitment of my party that I have implemented, and I note that there was no mention of rural schools in the last two Plaid Cymru manifestos that were published. I also am sad to note that Anglesey Council, in their response to the consultation on the new code, objected to the principle of a presumption against closure.
Will you take an intervention?
Of course.
But you will add to that in a subsequent submission to Welsh Government, Anglesey Council made it clear that they supported the code.
Clearly, your lobbying must have paid off, and they wanted to spare your blushes, Rhyn. Following a 14-week public consultation, the revised code, which now includes a presumption against the closure of rural schools and the first ever designation of rural schools for this purpose, came into force, as the Chair said, on the 1st of November. A presumption against the closure of rural schools does not mean, and I have been very clear about this, that rural schools will never close. However, it does mean that the case for closure must be strong and not taken until all viable alternatives to closure have been conscientiously considered, and that includes the principle of federation. I believe that consideration of alternatives should be a two-stage process, with the proposer doing this before they even decide to proceed to consultation, with an opportunity for anyone else with an interest to put forward suggestions for alternatives as part of the consultation, which the proposer must consider, and the new code provides for this. Of course, it is important for members to remember that it is not Welsh Government, but it is local authorities that are responsible for planning school places and for ensuring that there are sufficient schools providing primary and secondary education in their area. Schools are regarded as sufficient if they are sufficient in number, character and equipment to provide for all pupils the opportunity of an appropriate education. In order to fulfil these duties, local authorities must ensure that they plan thoroughly for schools serving their area. This is linked directly to a local authority's duty to strive to raise education standards. Proposers will have long deliberated over whether to proceed to consultation on the closure of a school. However, it is important that the proposer is open to new ideas and suggestions and proposals emerging from the consultations, and that the final decision which the proposer may make is not a foregone conclusion. In undertaking their responsibilities in respect of school reorganisation, local authorities and other relevant bodies must comply with the statutory provisions of the Code and must have regard to the statutory guidance. The Code recognises that education must be the primary consideration. The presumption against the closure of rural schools aims to balance local authorities' responsibilities with the wishes and concerns of local communities. It aims to ensure that rural schools are given a fair hearing and that closure is not seen as an only option or the foregone conclusion. As I stated previously, the revised code came into force on the 1st of November and applied immediately. From that date, local authorities considering bringing forward proposals to close the school will be required to check whether the school is on the list, and the further procedures and the requirements set out in the code will then apply. However, the new provisions do not apply to proposals already in train, where the consultation was published prior to the code coming into force. And this is necessary to ensure that proposers are able to comply with the code in force, including in respect of their consultation. And although the presumption against the closure of rural schools does not apply to these proposals, local authorities and other proposers must nevertheless ensure that they comply with the first edition of the code. This includes ensuring that the proposal to close any school is robust and in the best interests of educational provision in that area, and that the impact of the closure of a school on the community has been assessed through the production of a community impact assessment. The Code sets a high standard for consultation, providing all those with an interest to make their views known and have those views taken into account. Anyone with an interest can also make their views known through any objection period that may follow. With regards to the petition, members will appreciate that given the potential for proposals to be referred to Welsh ministers for determination, and I have had to make such determinations, I am unable to comment on the merits or otherwise of any proposal which may subsequently be required to me for determination. Of course.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention, and thank you for the determination which you made in respect of Ysgol Llanbedr in my own constituency, a school which the local authority had planned to close, but I was very grateful for your determination to keep that particular school open. I think the one concern about the determination process, if I may, was the length of time that it sometimes takes for Welsh ministers to actually consider the evidence that is before them. And I wonder if you could comment on how that can be reduced in order to take away the uncertainty that that can cause for small schools when such determinations are being considered.
Well, thank you, Darren, for your thanks with regards to the determination. I would be the first person to hold my hands up here and agree with you that that determination took too long. And we will need to do better in ensuring that such determinations that may come to ministers are taken in a more timely fashion. And I hope that I and my officials will be able to use that experience to ensure that the procedures are quicker next time such a proposal comes. I hope the community is pleased, and I wish that school well. Of course, the presumption against the closure of rural schools is just one of the actions, Presiding Officer, that we are taking to support rural education. We've also introduced a new annual small and rural schools grant of £2.5 million per year to encourage innovation and support greater school-to-school working and to increase the community use of buildings. Around 400 schools right across Wales are already benefiting from that grant. This, alongside our new eSchool initiatives, which support schools in the digital age to introduce innovative teaching techniques, are key parts of our Rural Education Action Plan, which I launched last month. I'm confident that this plan, which brings together all of the government's actions for rural schools in one coherent plan, will deliver for our young people to ensure everyone, no matter their background or where they live, has the opportunity to enjoy an excellent education.
Galwafar David Rowlands I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Yes. Diolch, Llywydd. And can I thank the members for their contributions to the debate and to the petitioner again for bringing the petition forward. I will make a short synopsis of some of the comments that were made. Andrew R.T. Davies made the point of a rural school often being at the heart of a community, and citing Llancarvan School in his constituency as an example of closing a school which has a strong argument to be kept open. Freen ap Iorwerth argued that the school does not have to be large in order to give a good educational experience, and also spoke of difficulty in obtaining teachers for small rural schools as an acknowledgement of often how it is difficult for local authorities to keep schools open. He also reiterated Andrew's point about rural schools being part of the community. He also, of course, asked for more financial support for local authorities, which comes outside the bidding process. Jane Hutt questioned why the existing procedures could still result in closing successful rural schools, and also questioned why often alternatives were not always fully explored. Sian Gweltrin, first of all, spoke, of course, of Ysgol Bodford, and then acknowledged that there are cases where schools have to close, but also mentioned the distances that pupils may have to travel sometimes up to 20 miles, and that should be taken into account when decisions are made about closing rural schools. And turning to the Cabinet Secretary's replies, she acknowledged the community resource that rural schools often represent, and the Cabinet Secretary asserted that this was one of the reasons for strengthening the code. And she also made the point that there now has to be a full consultation by the authorities before they actually close a school, and they have a duty to abide by the statutory requirements of the code. I'm not sure that she's actually answered the petition in saying that, because the petition calls for there to be some pressure on authorities to look at the spirit of the code in the light that the code has been strengthened. The Petitions Committee will return to consider the petition again at a future meeting, and in so doing we will seek to consider the petitioner's reaction to the points raised today and, of course, the response from the Cabinet Secretary for Education. On behalf of the Petitions Committee, I am grateful to all members for their contributions and for the opportunity to debate this matter today. Diolch.
Y cwestiwn yw o ddylid nodi adroddiad y Pwyllgor a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu. Nag oes, felly derbynir y cynnig yn unol â rheol sefydlog 12.36 sy'n dod yn ni at y cyfnod pleidleisio. Ac oni bai fod 3 aelod yn dymuno I fi ganu'r gloch. Dwi'n symud yn syth i'r cyfnod pleidleisio. A'r bleidlais ar ddadl aelodau ar gyllid addysg bellach. A dwi'n galw am bleidlais ar cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Bethan Syed. Agor y bleidlais. Cair bleidlais. O blaid 22, 3 yn ymatal, 21 yn erbyn, ac felly derbyniwyd y cynnig. Sy'n dod yn ni at y ddadl fer, a dwi'n galw ar Rhiannon Pasmor I gyflwyno y cynnig yn ei henw hi ar Drafnidiaeth Cymru. Rhiannon Pasmor.
Thank you.
If you're leaving the chamber, can you do so quickly, quietly, please? Rhiannon.
Thank you. It is a fact that the Wales railway network has been historically starved of investment. Since 2011, only around 1% of the rail enhancement expenditure across England and Wales has been made in the Wales route areas. The Welsh Government has led the way in strongly demanding that Wales railways are properly funded. Earlier this week, in direct response to Welsh Government's continued and vocal representations, Network Rail has unveiled £2 billion cash pot of public money for the historically underfunded Wales and Borders routes from 2019 to 2024. This is the first time the funding plan for the route, which covers Wales and nearby connections in England such as Shrewsbury, has been developed under Network Rail's regionally devolved system. The funding plan represents a 28% increase on the figure for the last 5-year funding period and will support the Transport for Wales investment of £5 billion over 15 years. It is a fact that Wales and Borders route has been starved of cash for many years, despite increasing demand and passenger numbers growing by around 50% over the last decade. So I would like to acknowledge the commitment of the Cabinet Secretary for Transport and Infrastructure in his determined and strategic efforts to ensure that my constituents in Islwyn and throughout Wales have a railway that is truly fit for purpose in the 21st century. Under this Welsh Government, this will happen. Transport for Wales will rank as a turning point in the history of Welsh devolution and in the history of railways in Wales. So let's be frank, the railway network and infrastructure in Wales was not built with the principal aim of transporting people around. It was built during the Great Industrial Revolution in the age of Queen Victoria in order to serve Wales' world-leading revolutionary industries of coal, steel and iron. The services and later passenger routes that then developed, then decimated by the beaching cuts of the 1960s. So with devolution established, a Welsh Labour government was determined to facilitate effective and sustainable travel for the future and the creation of Transport for Wales. It is correct also to say that the potential for the communities of Islwyn to be transformed is indeed there for us to grasp. And as the Assembly Member for Islwyn, my inbox, post bag and messages from constituents has persistently and rightly lamented the poor performance and lack of comfort of travel from the previous franchise operator, Arriva Trains Wales. And I have represented these and other issues to the Cabinet Secretary on many occasions within this chamber. So the criticisms from the Welsh Conservative leader in the chamber yesterday for the first month, the first 4 weeks of Transport for Wales operations, I will treat with the cynicism that it deserves and its sheer political expediency. It is correct to say that Transport for Wales has a truly transformative agenda. The 15-year contract period will see investment of nearly £5 billion, and these include plans to spend £194 million on station improvements, including the building of 5 new stations and the deep cleaning of stations. and this is transformational for Wales. Although the creation of new railway stations is still not a devolved matter, I do wonder what the Cabinet Secretary's thoughts are on the Welsh Government's securing of these powers, which are instrumental in expanding the footprint of the Welsh rail network. The Cabinet Secretary is aware, I believe, of the strong argument for a station to be once again opened at Crumlin. For communities such as Crumlin, the opening of a new station and integrated public transport services will offer true economic opportunities and enhance the heritage and tourism potential of the listed navigation colliery, as well as combating the strategic fight against vehicle pollution. So, to quote you, Cabinet Secretary, our plans go beyond a traditional transport project. They have become the spark for wider economic renewal. They have to help individuals, businesses and communities who need a reliable, integrated transport system to help them find a new job, support their businesses to expand and bring new investment to the town. The communities of Islwyn are already familiar with the benefits that Welsh Government investment can bring to our railways. A decade on since the reopening of the Ebor Vale line, a report published earlier this year found that it has been highly successful in increasing access to the jobs market and reducing greenhouse gases. The reopening of this line was a true boost not only to the economy of Ebor Vale, but also to areas such as Newbridge, Crosskeys and Risca and Pontymister in my constituency. The reopening of this line has provided much better connectivity with Cardiff, whether for work or leisure, to many of my constituents. And though this is, of course, something I welcome, the Cabinet Secretary will also be well aware that since my election I have strongly campaigned for improved rail links from Islwyn into Newport. Of the many excellent proposals contained within this new franchise, the announcement of an hourly service between Ebor Vale and Newport I hugely welcome. And I know that this news will be very welcome also to the great number of my constituents who commute into Newport regularly. And this will, I know, prove a significant boost to the economy in Gwent, whether they are commuting for work or pleasure. I know that this is something a number of my colleagues have also campaigned on and will also welcome, as I'm sure will the South Wales Argus, which has since 2002 campaigned also for the line to be reopened to Newport. I am also delighted to hear that over 50% of the much-needed new rolling stock will be produced here in Wales in Newport. This £800 million investment will dramatically improve the quality of our trains and will also improve resilience during adverse weather conditions as we've experienced this autumn. The announcement of 300 jobs at this site will be very welcome, along with the 600 new jobs at Transport for Wales, as well as 450 apprenticeships. So I would like to therefore ask what the Cabinet Secretary is doing to ensure that these opportunities are available to individuals across Wales, including in areas such as Islwyn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Call the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport to reply to that debate. Ken Skates.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd, and I'd like to start by thanking Rhiannon Passmore for raising this important debate today, and I'd like to thank her for her comments and also for recognising the huge change that is to come to rail services across the length and breadth of Wales, and of course to her own constituency of Islwyn. I believe that 14th of October of this year was a historic day for rail transport in Wales and in Islwyn, with the launch of the new Wales and Borders rail franchise. Led by Transport for Wales, this will be the very first made in Wales rail service, one that was designed and delivered by the Welsh Government here in Wales. And as Rhiannon said, £5 billion of investment will be funnelled into the rail infrastructure and rail services over the next decade and a half, ensuring that our network will be transformed. There's going to be £800 million spent on new rolling stock to ensure that by 2023, 95% of journeys will be on 148 brand new trains, with half assembled here in Wales. That money will also see £738 million spent on modernising the Valleys line, supporting the next phase of Metro, and it will run many more trains per hour. In addition, £194 million will be spent on station investment that will see every single station improved. There'll be an extra 285 services across Wales every weekday, and on Sundays an extra 294 services. 600 new jobs and 30 apprenticeships each year will be created. And those opportunities will be open to people in the Valley's communities. I'm keen to ensure that depots, such as that which is being created in Taftswell, will reach out to communities beyond the immediate vicinity of Taftswell and offer opportunities for apprentices across the Valley's communities. There'll also be a 25% reduction in carbon emissions across the network. There'll be the introduction of smart ticketing across Wales and the extension of free travel to younger than 11s with half-price fares for 16 to 18-year-olds. In the coming months and years, we will deliver groundbreaking transformation of transport across the country and in Islwyn. Communities along the Ebru Vale line will benefit from a range of improvements and enhancements planned by TfW to the line. New rolling stock will be introduced, improving the quality and the ambience of passenger facilities compared to the tired rolling stock we have right now. In 2019, refurbished trains will be introduced to add capacity to the line, and in 2022, brand new trains will be introduced with level boarding, free Wi-Fi, power sockets, electronic passenger information, air conditioning, and more space for bikes. Increases in services on the Ebru line are a priority for the South Wales Metro. The vision is for 4 services per hour. Infrastructure improvements on the line are currently being progressed, and we expect a doubling of services on the line from 2021, increasing to 4 per hour by 2024. And I can assure Rhiannon Passmore that I will be working with TfW to deliver this. By May 2021, we plan to restore the rail link between Ebru Vale and Newport with the introduction of a new hourly service which will improve rail access for communities in Islwyn, and I am really pleased that the member is happy with this outcome. Accompanying this, there will be a significant increase in capacity delivered by the new contract, designed to help more people get a seat during the busiest times. Indeed, the number of seats will increase by 60%. The contract ensures that TfW will be penalised if passengers have to stand for longer than 20 minutes. And in addition, stations will be improved significantly. An enhanced deep cleaning programme is being put in place, followed by the installation of free Wi-Fi by December 2020. And by December 2022, we will refurbish platform shelters and install new passenger information screens. By 2023, we'll install improved cycle storage facilities. Of course, the Ebru Vale line, which remains the responsibility of Network Rail and the UK Government, has significant engineering challenges that meant we could not add it to the Central Metro at this stage. However, the scheme's development now involves TfW and their technical expertise as supplementing Network Rail's work. Our ambition continues to grow the services to 4 trains per hour, and I have instructed Transport for Wales to present us with options for delivering this. Transport for Wales is indeed working through the options, working with partners to identify a cost-effective way to deliver our ambitions. I think it's important, though, to understand that this is part of a major 15-year investment programme. Our bold ambitions will take time to bring to fruition and won't be achieved overnight. But I am confident that by 2023, the people of Islwyn and Wales will be benefiting from the best passenger rail service in the UK.
Thank you very much. And that brings today's proceedings to a close. Thank you.